A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Affairs are moving rapidly to climax or solution in the town of Sanders. Our episode today may prove to be a most important link in this situation about Mary Southern and those she loves. In yesterday's episode, we had the startling appearance of Benjamin Carter at the Sanders home, where he professed to Mary a change of heart and offered to do anything in his power to help. The older Mary's housekeeper was quite anxious to throw this visitor out, insisting that such a man couldn't have a change of heart. Nevertheless, Carter's plea was so sincere that Mary was close to accepting the conclusion that there's a bit of good in every man, however bad he may be. Did Mary decide to accept Carter's expressions of friendship? And if she did, what will this mean to our other important characters in the town of Sanders? As our story opens today, Mary has come to Max Tilly's office at the bank in a troubled state of mind. Max is receiving her with great abandon, his feet couched upon his mahogany desk.
Oh, I tell you, Toots, them desks was made for feet.
Oh, now, Max, take your feet off that desk. I can't talk to you that way. Come on,
All
straighten.
right, I'll take them down. But, say, you look too serious-like for a bank president's wife and a woman that's a president in her own rights this morning. What's up, Toots? Huh?
Oh, Max, I need to talk to you.
Yeah?
I guess I'm not such a good president either.
Oh, go on, Mary. Go on. Say, who'd be a better president for the Stratford Springs Corporation? Yes or neither?
What was that?
Skip it. Now, Mary, you're the best president in town. Even better than me at the bank here. Boy, and I'm good, too.
You know, Max, you're going to break your arm someday patting yourself on the back. I'm warning you. I'm just telling you.
Say, Toots, they couldn't say anything that would be too good for you. Say, you don't need a title to be good. You just are. In all kinds of ways, too.
Oh, Max, you darling. Come here, I'm going to kiss you for that. Oh, you cheer me up so much.
Say, listen, what's the big idea kissing the executive right in his office like this? Only his secretaries can do that, you know.
All right. Okay. Then I'll be your secretary.
All right.
I'd rather be your secretary than somebody else's president.
Oh, say, am I good this morning?
Oh, but Max, now seriously.
Yeah?
I've got to get down to business.
Sure, it's all right. Let me call my secretary.
Oh, no, Max, now I mean it.
Well, what?
Well, you see, I didn't tell you about the strange visitor I had yesterday.
Oh, having visitors, huh?
Yes, and one most unwelcome to you, I'm afraid.
Hey, what's this? Somebody two-timing me?
Listen, Max.
Huh?
Benjamin Carter came to the house yesterday to see me.
What?
Benjamin Carter, yes.
That... Say, what's that guy doing in my house?
Well, Max, something's happening to Carter. I don't know what it is, but I'm troubled about it.
Listen, don't worry, Toots. The only thing that could happen to that guy would be a funeral. And that'd be good to the world.
Well, I don't know, Max. Something's happening to Benjamin Carter, and if I just knew what it was, I might be able to do something to help all of it.
Oh, listen, Mary. You don't want to do anything. You keep far away from that snake, and that's all. Don't touch him or you'll get bit.
Max, I want to ask you.
Yeah?
Do you think a bad, mistaken, misguided man can have a change of heart?
Hey, listen, do you think a leopard can change his smell?
Oh, it's a leopard can change his spot.
Well, it's the same difference. Say, what are you doing, Mary? Being taken in by this guy, Carter?
No, it's not that, Max.
Well, what's he mean coming around to my home when I'm not to home?
Well, now listen. Do you think Carter could forgive and forget if he didn't get what he wants?
Say, listen, that guy's worse than an elephant. He never forgets.
Well, he came to offer his services yesterday to help in any way he can.
Yeah, well, we don't need his kind of help, thank you.
He wants to be friends for the good of the town, Max.
This town don't need his kind of friendship, I'm telling you.
Well, he said he wants to help the kitty clinic.
I know it does, but I still don't believe it.
Well, I don't want to be foolish or taken in by evil ways.
Well, then listen. Don't let him get his foot inside the door.
But, Max, we do need money so badly.
Yeah.
Affairs are in a bad way in Sanders, and still haven't found a way to finance the selling of the spring line.
Well, we will, Toots. We will. Hey, you're the president of that company, and you've got ideas.
But it's John Benson I'm worried about, Max.
Listen, don't worry, Mary. Why, you can't kill a horse doctor like Doc Benson.
Please be serious, Max.
Why, I was never more serious in my life.
But, Max, what are we doing? We need money.
Yeah?
And we need harmony in this town.
Sure.
Now, if Carter is honest and willing to be a good citizen, maybe we should be willing to give him a chance.
Huh?
He can save the clinic or he can take it away from John. And who knows in other hands what will happen to it. And to all these people whose joy and happiness depend upon John's care and healing work.
Yeah, I know, Mary, I know. We've got to save the clinic. If we have to lose everything, we've got to help those mothers and babies in this town that are needing help. But we can't get help from a snake, I tell you.
Well, Max, I'd like to give Carter a chance to prove his goodness.
I'd give a camel a foot and he'll take a haystack. No, I don't like Carter's kind. I don't want to do business with him, Toots.
Well, Max, I've got to leave you and get over to Stratford Springs office.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that John Benson saw me the other day and he must give Carter a decision today or lose the clinic?
What? Well, you didn't tell me that. Now, we can't let Carter take that clinic. No, sir, not on your life we can't, Toots.
Well, it looks like the only thing we can do is let Carter show us that he is honest by being friendly and asking him to help.
No, sir, Toots, I tell you, I won't. I won't do it.
Well...
Oh, pardon me, Max. I thought you were alone. Good afternoon, Mrs. Sanders. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Davis. Have a lot of things to do and some problems, but I guess we all have those. Well, Max, I'll go now.
Yeah, sure.
Bye.
All right, so long, Toots. And don't worry. Now, listen, leave everything to me, will you? I'll fix that guy.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Davis. I'll see you at home tonight, Max.
Yeah, all right. With a swell dinner under the lids, Toots.
Now, look here, Max.
Yeah?
This can't go on indefinitely.
Now, what can't go on indefinitely? Say, what's wrong, Davis? What's wrong?
Hey, well, this is wrong.
Huh?
Now, look at those.
Sure. I'm looking at them. Well, it's nice paper. So what?
Those papers represent the condition at present of the Sanders Holding Company.
Well, how does her condition look?
If you'll glance at those figures, those bonds and notes outstanding, accounts due and assets depleted, you'll discover that we're very much in the red.
Boy, she's in a bad way, huh? But we got to keep on. What was it the boy said in the Revolution? We'll fight it out with this lion if it takes all day.
That's the wrong quotation.
Huh?
Time, place, and man.
What do you mean?
It was General Grant. He said we'll fight it out on this line if it takes all summer.
All right. So how's Grant any better than my Revolutionary boss? I'll give you an argument right now.
Silly. You know and I know what the reason is for all the business in this town being in a bad way.
What?
For all of us facing bankruptcy right now.
Yeah?
You know who ran off and left us all to hold the bag? You know who took that $1 million, Max Tilly? Your father stole it. And you can't do this to us.
Now, wait a minute. Take a deep breath or you'll get apoplexy.
Now, Max Tilly, I'm not going to just sit here in this bank and, well, we need money. We've got to have money right away or the whole Sanders hope.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Davis. Hold your breath. Mr. Max Tilly of the Bank of... hello, Toots. Hello. Checking up on the old man, huh? Where are you calling from? Oh, I see. From your office, huh? Pretty nice. Yeah, it's only John Davis in here pestered me. Yeah, I'll throw him out in a minute. Huh? Well, what you want? Oh, you're having a meeting tomorrow of the firm of the Stratford Springs Corporation. Uh-huh. I see. Important business you got on your mind. You come in here and then you forget to tell me, huh? Well, so I suppose we'll buy our bottling machinery and set up housekeeping, huh? Yeah. What's that? Oh, sure. Of course we'll find the money. Why, sure. John Davis has got it right here in his pocket now. Yeah. Well, goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. President Toots.
Now, Tilly, you listen to me. We've got to talk business.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Now, we've no money for machinery or anything else.
Uh-huh.
We've got to pay these notes.
Yeah.
Benjamin Carter holds some of them. And I needn't tell you what he's liable to do. Now, we have to raise money, cash.
Now, listen, we don't run from Carter. And don't annoy me with what we gotta do. See? I'm doing it.
Oh, I tell you, Tilly, the people put up with your father, and he ran out, and now you. You do nothing. You're in the red, you understand? Almost bankruptcy. I can't hold them off any longer.
John Davis, you don't fool me. You ain't holding nobody off. The people know where to find me.
Yes, but how do we know that you won't do just what your father did? run out on us with everything.
Hey, I ought to break your head. But you listen to me. You all know me. You know that I've never tried to cheat anybody in this town. I'll give them their money, every last one of them. As much of it as I can. But you've just got to give me a chance. Now get out of here and leave me alone before I bust you. Oh, boy. Well, boy, is my head going around. Well, I got to do something. I don't know what. Well, maybe I'm crazy, but what's the matter with all these people? Everybody keeping things from me, afraid to talk. Say, what is this? They're afraid to tell me how bad it is. I ain't crazy. No, I ain't crazy.
No, Max, you aren't crazy. But will all of this worry over the problems of the town of Sanders and these people who are dependent on you affect that sensitive condition of your head, which we all know is ever imminent as a result of that old injury? And what does Mary have in mind by calling this meeting of her firm tomorrow about the bottling machinery for the Springs water? Does she have in mind accepting Carter's offer of help, even against the wishes of Max Tilley? Don't fail to hear tomorrow's episode, when a startling new development in the affairs of these, your favorite radio characters, is revealed in the life of Mary Southern. Brought to you with the compliments of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Sold American. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir. You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Quality in a cigarette must mean the quality of the tobacco itself. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
For your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From Mitchell Field, headquarters of the 1st Air Force, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, in every group, in every crowd, in every show, in every barracks, there's always one outstanding personality.
Yes, indeedy.
So, it is no surprise that our little group of thespians has one of its own. And here he is, Mr. Eager Beaver of 1945, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I must say I'm very pleased with that introduction you gave me.
Oh, are you, Jack?
Yes, sir, and I'm going to stay pleased until I find out what an eager beaver is. I remember once you called me a sad sack, and for 6 months I went around bragging about it. I even had it engraved on my card. Sad Sack Benny. I mean, a fine thing to call me.
Well, Jack, how did you find out what it meant?
Well, one day I tried to be sociable, so I walked up to a top sergeant and said, "Hiya, Sad Sack." And between sad and sack, I was flat in my back. Anyway, Don, we've been away from California about a month now. How are you enjoying the trip so far?
Ah, it's swell, Jack. Especially when we went ice skating last week in Central Park. You looked so funny the way you kept falling down all the time, and I had to keep helping you up.
All right. So I fell down once or twice.
Once or twice? Why, I picked you up so many times I felt like your ground crew.
You should talk, Wilson. When you fell down, you looked like a B-29 landing with its wheels up. Then you broke through the ice, fell into the lake, and it was high tide clear out to Sandy Hook. So don't tell me that. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas.
Mary, I'm glad you got here early because these boys expect me to put on a good show for them. You know, I'm an eager beaver.
You're what?
An eager beaver. That's the way Don introduced me. You know?
Jack, you know what that is?
No, what?
An eager beaver is a sad sack with a commission.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks, Don. I'll have some more of my cards engraved. Say, Mary, how do you like it here at Michell Field?
Oh, fine, Jack. Especially now in the wintertime with all the snow on the ground. It's wonderful, really wonderful.
What's so wonderful about snow?
It slows a soldier down when he's chasing a girl.
Well, that's ridiculous, Mary. The snow also slows down the girl when she's running away from the soldier.
I know. That's what's so wonderful about it.
Oh, I get it. You wanted the soldier to catch you.
You're pretty sharp today, aren't you, Quiz Kid?
I'm sharp every day, sister.
Anyway, these soldiers here are all swell guys. I was out with one of them last night. We went to the wrestling matches.
Oh, at the garden?
No, Roseland.
Oh, Roseland Dance Hall. I was up there the other night.
No kidding, Jack. You have fun?
Oh, how can I have fun? You pay the hostess for your dance, you lead her out on the floor, you put your arms around her, then bump-tiddy-yum-tum-tum, the music's over.
Well, what do you expect for a dime? Schubert's Unfinished Symphony?
Mary, it isn't bad enough I get stuck with short dancer, but when they were closing the place for the night, I had one ticket left over.
Well, what'd you do about it?
What did I do about it? I wasn't going to get stuck for the ticket, so I called the manager over and complained to him.
Well, did he give you your dime back?
No, he just waltzed me around the floor twice and sent me home. Boy, did he need a shave. And the next... Oh, hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hiya, kid. Well, Larry, you've been in New York for quite a while now. You still having fun?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. I'm having a swell time. Thanks.
Thanks to Mr. Benny?
Yeah, what babes he knows.
Yes, sir.
Larry, you mean you and Mr. Benny go out on double dates?
Yeah, you know the girl Mr. Benny goes out with has the cutest daughters.
You're darn right she's cute, and so is her mother. Anyway, kid, the boys here are waiting to hear you sing, so let's have it, huh?
Okay.
Hold it a minute, Larry. Come in.
Mr. Benny, my name is Elmer. I'm a soldier stationed here at Mitchell Field, and in my spare time I write gags. You know, jokes. Are you in the market for any?
No, thanks. I've got a regular staff of writers.
Yeah, but Mr. Benny, you play a lot of army camps, and I can write you special GI jokes.
I know,
Now,
but...
for instance, you asked me why W.C. Fields is like the Mitchell Field bus.
Look, soldier.
Go ahead, ask me.
Okay, why is W.C. Fields like the Mitchell Field bus?
Because he knows when he's loaded, but he can always handle one more.
Look, soldier, sit down, will you? I'm trying to do a show. I'll talk to you after the program.
Okay, but if you lay an egg, don't brood over it.
I won't. Go ahead, Larry. Let's have your song. Egg, brood. Say, that isn't bad, you know. That isn't bad.
Evelina, won't you ever take a shine to that moon? Evelina, ain't you bothered by the bobolinks tune? Tell me how long you're gonna keep delaying the day. Don't you reckon it's wrong, trifling with April this way? Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? the fruit is fine. But what's the use of smelling watermelon, clinging to another fella's vine? Evelina, won't you roll off that vine and be mine? Tell me how long you're gonna keep delaying the day. Don't you reckon it's wrong, trifling with April this way? Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? Wake up, the earth is bare, the fruit is fine. But what's the use of smelling watermelon, clinging to another fella's vine? Evelina, won't you roll off that vine and be mine?
Sung by Larry Stevens. Gee, that was swell, kid. I'm sure all of these fellas up here at Mitchell Field must be... Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, Jack?
Holy smoke. Here I am in New York. Oh, am I in trouble? Am I in a jam?
Well, Jack, what's wrong?
What's wrong? When I left Los Angeles, I forgot to notify my draft board. Isn't that awful?
Jack, calm down. You don't have to worry.
But, Mary, you know how the draft board is. They want to be able to put their finger on every man that's physically fit. You know?
If they put their finger on you, you'd fall down.
What are you talking about? I'm physically fit. I'm in 1A. Here it is on my draft card, see? 1A.
That's A1. You took it off a bottle of meat sauce.
I did not. When they draft me, I'm going to apply for the Air Corps.
The Air Corps? Oh, Jack, don't be ridiculous. You know you can't stand high altitude.
Mary, altitude never bothers me. What are you laughing at?
You went to the movie, saw 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, and your nose started to bleed.
The picture had nothing to do with it. I was sitting in the balcony. You know, that can happen to anybody.
All right, Jackson. Stand back and relax. I like the soldiers, but I love them whacks. Yeah.
Hiya, kid. Yeah, you made loud entrances before, but what in the world was that?
Well, I can't help it, Jackson. These whacks have been sitting out there for an hour waiting for Dreamboat Harris to show up.
Wait a minute, Phil. What makes you think they've been waiting for you?
Well, they're women, ain't they?
Now, don't be so conceited.
Look, Jackson, wherever I went, they kept following me and asking for my autograph. I bet I was asked to sign 1,000 autographs today.
Really?
Yeah, and if things keep up like this, I'm going to learn how to write.
That I would like to see. You know.
Oh, Phil, you must be kidding. Don't you know how to spell your name yet?
Well, I know how to spell my first name, but my second name throws me.
Throws you? What's so hard about spelling Harris?
It has 2 syllables in it.
Syllables? Phil, that's syllable. I mean syllable. Oh, darn it.
Jack, the word is syllables.
Mary, you said what I said.
Now, wait a minute, kids. Wait a minute. You're all excited. That's why you can't say it. The correct pronunciation of the word is syllables.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you sure, Donzie?
Why, certainly. Now, take the word Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco?
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
I know, Don. What are you trying to prove?
Well, I'm trying to show what syllables are.
Oh.
Now, the word lucky has 2 syllables. Strike has 1. The words means and fine also have 1.
Yes?
But the word tobacco has 3 syllables.
Don, you just said the same thing we said.
I did?
Yes.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, imagine me saying syllables instead of syllabus.
Yeah, well, now that we've got that straightened out, let's get on with the show.
Hey, Benny, I got another great gag for you.
Sit down, Elmer, will you please?
Say, Jackson, who is this character?
He's a soldier here, a gag writer.
A gag writer?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, get a load of this one.
Elmer, will you
Hey,
please?
did you hear about the general who refused to put a whack in a guardhouse because he just couldn't brig a deer? You get it, General, Brigadier?
Elmer, will you please sit down?
Okay. If you want your show to be like a training film, it's all right with me.
Well, don't worry about it, Elmer, and I'll talk to you just as soon. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Where are you, Rochester?
In your hotel room. I thought I'd better tell you there was a fella here from Look Magazine. He said they're doing a story about you, and he asked me some questions.
What'd he ask you?
Well, first he wanted to know your age, so I gave him our old standard answer, 36.
Good. I hope you stuck to your answer.
Oh, I did, boss. No matter how many different ways he asked me, I still said 36.
That's right. What do you have to say to that?
He said when time marched on, you must have gone AWOL.
Guess he thinks he's pretty smart. What else did he ask you, Rochester?
Then he got to that question that for years has been a burning issue in the public mind.
What's that?
Could you possibly be as cheap in person as you are on the radio?
Uh-huh.
When he hit me with that one, I had to think fast.
What did you tell him?
I told him you were such a lavish spender you were known from coast to coast as Diamond Jim Benny.
Good.
In fact, I told him you threw your money away like it was made in Japan.
Attaboy, Rochester.
And I just about had him convinced when in walked the man.
What man?
The man you rent your other twin bed to.
Oh, my goodness, of all the times for him to come in.
It was bad, boss, bad. The first thing he did was start yelling about you overcharging him for his laundry.
Oh, the nerve of that guy.
He made such a noise he woke up your riders. Then it really got noisy.
Why? What happened?
Well, one of them got up to turn on the light, turned on the shower instead, and almost drowned the other three.
Oh, for heaven's sake, well, what happened to the man from Look Magazine?
He took one look and jumped out the window.
Out the window? Rochester, you tell him that my room was 33 stories up?
No, I just let him count them on the way down.
Well, I'll be darned. What else happened today, Rochester?
Nothing much, boss. It's been pretty dull.
Oh, well, I'll see you when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'm so anxious to get an interview from that magazine. Oh, well, play, Phil. by Phil Harrison's orchestra. Very good, Phil. Now, kids, don't forget, after our program, we're all invited to the mess hall for a bite to eat.
The mess hall? Well, I'm sorry, Jackson. I can't be there.
You can?
No, there's a friend of Alice's in town, and she's here all alone, so Alice has asked me to take her out and kind of show her around.
Oh, one of those things. When a wife asks her husband to take a girl out, I can imagine what the girl looks like. Huh?
I'll bet 8 to 5 she looks better than Gladys Zabisco.
Mary, keep my girl out of this, will you?
But she's so bow-legged.
She is not bow-legged.
She is, too. She looks like a donut with one bite out of it.
I don't care what Gladys Zabisco looks like. It isn't going to help you out of your troubles, Phil.
What trouble?
Are you kidding? While you're being dragged all over town by some dame, we'll be in the mess hall enjoying that good old army food. Say, Phil, who is this girl you're stuck with?
Ann Sheridan.
Well, it serves you... What? Whom? I mean, who?
Yes, Jackson, while you're in the mess hall enjoying that good old army food, I'm going to be dragged all over town by Ann Sheridan. Ain't that just two?
All right. Why didn't you tell me you were going out with Ann Sheridan? Maybe I'd want to join you.
But, Jackson, the mess hall, that good old army food.
I'm not hungry now. After all, I like to go out, too. As a matter of fact, Mary can come along. We'll have a foursome.
Well, I don't know. I promised Ann Sheridan...
Well, I'm sure Ann won't mind if Mary and I come along. In fact, you and Mary will make a very nice couple.
Wait a minute.
Why, Mary, Phil, I'm surprised at you. You two act like you wouldn't go out with each other.
Well, it ain't that at all, Jackson.
Of course not. I don't mind going out with Phil.
And I don't mind going out with Mary.
Well, then we ought to have a lot of fun. I don't mind going out with Ann Sheridan.
Hey, I've been here so long, I wouldn't mind going out with Gladys Zabisco.
Oh, it's you, Elmer.
Yeah, where is Bowlegs?
She's not here. Now, sit down.
Look, Jackson, Ann Sheridan is expecting me to take her out, so when she gets here, you lay off.
Okay, Phil. You can take Ann Sheridan, and I'll take Mary. And, Phil, as long as we're each taking out a girl, I don't want to get stuck with the check, and I don't want you to get stuck with the check. So tonight, it's share and share alike.
Well, that's a good idea, Jackson.
Sure. When you split it 4 ways, nobody gets hurt. Since we're going out on a double date, let's synchronize our watches. Huh, fellas, huh? Anyway, Phil, come in. Why, Annie. Ann Sheridan.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, baby.
Hello, Philzy. Jack, I'm sorry to bust in like this, but I've got a date with Phil.
I know. We'll all be together. You see, Mary and I are going with you.
Oh, Mary, hello.
Hello, Angie. You're looking swell.
Say, Annie, I never saw
you. Oh, you look good, too, Mary. And I love that dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's just a little thing I picked up at Saks Fifth Avenue.
Yes, it's over on
Ann, I've been wanting to ask you, where in the world do you get your hair done? It always looks so nice.
Yeah, it always looks...
Isn't that funny, Mary? I was going to ask you the same thing, because I've always admired your hair.
Well, Mary
I usually get mine done at Pierre's.
Well, Pierre's, you know.
Well, I got mine done at Antoine's, and they have the most wonderful stylists.
Well, Antoine's...
Now, you know Pierre's, they have a girl.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get into this conversation.
All right, Jack. Where do you get your hair done?
I don't know. Rochester takes it someplace. Now, Annie, I don't think it's nice for you to come here and have a whole big conversation with Mary while Phil and I stand here like dopes.
Yes, and my feelings are hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil. I didn't mean to do it.
Well, I can't help it. My feelings are hurt.
Oh, Phil, see, you don't mean that, do you?
Yes, I do, and I feel terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry, Philzy. Come here. Let me put my arms around you and give you a great big kiss.
Yeah.
Hey! Crank it up! Now put that out! Now!
How'd you like it, Annie?
Oh, hubba, hubba, hubba!
Fine goings on.
Jackson, what are you mad about?
Well, my feelings were hurt just as much as yours.
Oh, Jack.
I can't help it if my feelings are hurt.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, I'll put my arms around you and give you a
Mary, you keep out of it. After all, it was Ann who hurt my feelings, not you.
What'd you say, Jack?
I said I feel terrible. And I think you ought to do something about it.
All right, Jack. I'll send you a telegram of apology.
I don't want to be kissed by a boy on a bicycle. Anyway, you could treat me better than that, Ann. You know, after all, we made a picture together. Remember George Washington slept here?
Oh, sure. You know, when I was on my overseas tour, that picture was playing in China.
In China? What town?
Chongqing.
Really? Well.
Jack, come back here. That was 3 months ago.
Oh.
Let him go, Ann. He wants to get there before the prices change.
I do not. I just got excited, that's all.
Say, Phil, if we're going places tonight, we'd better get started.
Okay, Annie.
You see, a girlfriend of mine is waiting outside, and we've got to find somebody for her.
Did I hear you right, Annie? A girlfriend of yours is waiting outside?
Yes.
Oh, and you're looking for someone to go out with her? Well, I'm your boy. Let's go. Mary, instead of going out with me, you can go out with one of the pilots here.
Thanks, Jack. I feel like I've just been taken off a KP.
Oh, Ann, while I'm getting my hat and coat, have your girlfriend come in, will you?
Okay, Jack. Oh, Madeline, will you step in here a minute? I want you to meet the man you're going out with tonight.
Wait a minute, Ann. Did you say her name was Madeline?
That's me, Madeline Nussbaum, if you please.
Why, you're Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Jesse Jones.
No.
My, what a surprise to be meeting you, Mr. Benny.
A surprise?
Yes. I know I'm going on a blind date, but you are opening mine eyes.
But Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you happen to be with Ann Sheridan?
Oh, she's coming to my restaurant frequently for a small order of chopped chicken liver, Hollywood style.
A Hollywood style?
Yes, the liver is coming from a chicken wearing dark glasses.
Oh, well, I don't know about this date tonight.
Come on, Annie, let's go.
Okay, Phil.
Hurry up, Jackson.
Well, Phil, you and Annie run along. I don't think that I can
Come on, take my arm, Jimmy
Mrs. Nussbaum, I've got a date with Miss Livingston. Oh, Mary.
Come on, don't be an eagle beagle.
Mary, where are you?
Come on, Jackie, we're late already.
Mrs. Nussbaum, stop pulling my arm. Oh, Mary.
Come on, we'll have fun.
Mary.
Give me land, lots of land, need the stars, guys. Bye.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
Don't fencing me, yeah.
Please stop dragging me, Mrs. Nussbaum. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, every week most radio programs carry some sort of a special message from the Office of War Information. The message tonight is an urgent plea for 10,000 registered nurses to join the Army Nurse Corps and serve in the Army hospitals in the United States. You civilian nurses can best practice your profession by joining the Army Nurse Corps. You'll be commissioned, well-paid, clothed, plus many other benefits. But the important thing is our wounded men need care, and the Army is tragically in need of 10,000 nurses now. So write for information to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington 25, D.C.
Jack will be back in just a minute. First, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Rig.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the tobacco auctions can see just who buys what tobacco. Mr. James Monroe Ball, tobacco auctioneer of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, one of these experts, said,
I've been an auctioneer for 27 years, and I've seen Lucky Strike buy tobacco with one consistent standard in mind: the finer, lighter leaf. That's why I've been smoking Lucky's for 25 years.
Here is expert testimony. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 sold American.
Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Sold American.
Rod Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Right you are.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine tobacco means a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Well, fellas and girls, we had a swell day here at Mitchell Field, and thanks very much for inviting us. And next Sunday night, we'll be with you again broadcasting from the Navy Hospital at St. Albans. Good night, Joni.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Sure thing. That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Take the word of the experts. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
At 45 sold American.
From St. Albans Naval Hospital in Long Island, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we're broadcasting from St. Albans Hospital, which is on Long Island, which is near New York, which is near Brooklyn, I bring you one of them bums, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I thought that was a very cute introduction, but it so happens that our broadcast isn't coming from Brooklyn. And besides, I happen to be a native of Waukegan.
Well, that's right, Jack. You were born in Waukegan, weren't you?
Yes, sir. Waukegan, Illinois. What a thriving metropolis. What buildings, what skyscrapers.
Wait a minute, Jack. The tallest building in Waukegan is only 3 stories high.
Yes, sir. What skyscrapers? What activity?
Jack, how can a 3-story building be a skyscraper?
Because Waukegan has a very low sky. That's why. Anyway, I love Waukegan. You know, in fact, I didn't leave there till I completed my education.
Oh, really, Jack? What college did you go to?
I didn't go to college. You know, you don't have to go to college.
Well, how long did you go to high school?
I didn't go to high school. See, it's not necessary to go to high school.
Well, for heaven's sakes, Jack, how long did you go to grammar school?
12 years. You thought you had me there, didn't you, Bob? I would have gone longer than that, but I was drafted into the Navy.
But, Jack, I happen to know that in the last war they didn't draft men into the Navy.
Well, I wasn't exactly drafted, Don. Here's what happened. You see, my father had a clothing store, and he sent me to Great Lakes Naval Training Station to deliver 6 sailor suits.
Uh-huh.
But when I got there, an officer asked me to try on one of those sailor suits for size.
And what happened?
Size didn't show up, and I had to wear it for the next 3 years. about being in the Navy. I don't know. It was so... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm a nurse stationed here at St. Albans Hospital in the research department. Would you mind opening your mouth and saying, ah?
Not at all.
Wider. Wider, please.
Wait a minute. What are you looking for?
A place to hold the USO dance. Goodbye.
Now, that's the silliest thing I ever... Don, what are you laughing at?
Oh, boy, did she make a sucker out of you.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when big fat announcer laugh at man who pay him, announcer soon lose pay that keep him big fat. Because that nurse was pretty, you didn't have to...
Hiya, boys. It's anchors away because Harris is here and he's G-O-K.
G-O-K?
Yes, G-O-K.
G-O-K, what's that?
Oh, Harris, you're just like a scout, so pull up your stern and take a bow.
Phil.
Oh, Harris, you're like the Pacific. You're Harris so wavy and you're so terrific.
Phil.
Yahoo!
Wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Jackson. When did you come in?
I've been here all the time. And, Phil, what's that new one you pulled on us? What does that mean, G-O-K?
Well, that's the title the doctors gave me around here.
But G-O-K, what does it mean?
I don't know. I gave a pint of blood this morning, and that's what they wrote on the bottle.
Oh, well, that probably means the type. But, Phil, I can't understand them accepting your blood.
What are you talking about? I gave 8 pints of blood already, and they want more.
Well, don't feel so proud. They're only using it for back rubs. Tell you, some medical science has certainly made great progress since the last war. You know, we didn't have plasma when I was in the Navy.
You're right, Jack. The scientists and doctors have been wonderful. Them nurses ain't bad either.
You're not kidding, Phil. Those nurses do a great job, and they need a lot more of them.
Say, Jackson, I meant to ask you, when you were in the Navy, what was your rank?
Well, I was a seaman, 4th class. Yes, sir.
Seaman, 4th class? What's that?
That's an ensign with the air let out of his chest. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Larry Stevens, our singer. Oh, Larry, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Come on in over here, boy. Hey, they like you here, kid. What are you going to sing for the boys?
Well, it's called An Irish Lullaby.
Oh, yes. My mother used to sing that to me all the time. Go ahead.
Mother sang a song to me in tones so sweet and low. Just a simple little ditty in her good old Irish way. And I'd give the world if she could sing that song to me this day.
Lullaby sung by Larry Stevens. Larry, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
And the orchestra sounded good, too. Phil, where are you?
Here I am, Jackson. I just stepped out for a minute. Are you ready for me to lead Larry's song now?
Phil, we just finished the song. No wonder the music sounded better. Who was that fellow that conducted the orchestra? Hey, buddy, who are you?
I'm the janitor here.
Oh. Well, anyway, now we can get out. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Mary, this is the first time you've been so late. Where were you?
I was outside talking to a couple of sailors.
Well, Mary, I hope you didn't overdo it like the last time we played at a naval base. You talked to a sailor, and in 5 minutes his whole face was marked with lipstick.
Jack, sailors don't refer to those marks as lipstick. They call them campaign ribbons.
Mary, campaign ribbons are something you get after a battle.
Well, I put up a little fight. Say, Jack, how's the show going?
Oh, great. You should have been here. I pulled a wonderful gag before. I said they used Phil's blood for back rubs.
Well, you're a fine one to talk.
What do you mean?
You donated a pint of blood. They gave it to a soldier. It made him so cheap he shot a Jap, then ran after him to get the bullet back.
Well, they don't call me Get the Lead Out Benny for nothing. I love that. I wouldn't take that gag out for anything. Now, there's a joke I intended to leave in the script. I love that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, I, Jack Benny, will play a violin solo. My selection...
Oh, say, Jackson, I saw you play the fiddle in that picture, Hollywood Canteen.
Oh, did you, Phil? I'm going to see it tonight.
Oh, no, Jack, not again.
Yes, Mary, and you're going with me.
But, Jack, we saw it last night for the 12th time.
I know, but who can enjoy it under those circumstances?
Why? What happened, Jack?
Oh, I'd rather not talk about it.
Come on, Jackson, tell us about it.
Well, I had a date to take Mary to see the picture. It was early in the evening, and I was in my hotel getting ready to go out. In fact, at the moment, I was taking a bath, you know. Oh, boy, there's nothing like a good hot bath. Showers are all right, but if you want to relax, soak in a tub. Just look at my feet. How'd they get so dirty? I better scrub them. I wonder what it could be. It doesn't seem to... Oh, darn it, I forgot to take my socks off. Oh, well, you can't think of everything.
Say, boss, I just finished ironing your shirts and your shorts.
Good. See, this water's nice and warm.
Do you want me to get you some socks, or will you wear the ones you have on?
Don't be silly. What are you laughing at?
You with that bathing cap on, you look like Charlie's Aunt at the seaside. What do you wear that thing for, boss?
Well, you don't think I want to get my hair wet, do you?
No, and you won't unless you splash some water into the top bureau drawer.
Rochester, stop with that. Now pick up the washcloth and scrub my back.
Okay.
Ah, that feels good. Keep it up. Say, Rochester, sitting in this water reminds me. Did I ever tell you about the time I was in the Navy and they gave me a medal because I was...
Thousands of times, boss, thousands of times.
Oh.
But you tell a different every time, so go ahead.
No, I'll think up a new... never mind. If you're not interested in hearing about me when I was a sailor, it's okay.
I'm sorry, boss.
What a sailor I was. I joined the Navy, and it was promotion after promotion. In no time, I was a rear admiral, commanding the ship, sailing the 7 seas. And I remember one time... Rochester, stop rippling the water. It's making me seasick. Now, where was I?
You were a seasick rear admiral.
Never mind. Now get busy and finish washing my bag.
Okay. You and me, we sweat and strain, working all day and racked with pain.
Rochester.
Tote that brush, lift that soap. Sometimes I wish I was with Bob Hope.
No, every week you want to be with somebody else. Last week you wanted to be with Fibber McGee.
Love that man.
No, you like everybody. Now stand back while I... There's the door. You see who it is, and I'll dress in here.
Yes, sir. Do you want me to get your girdle, boss?
Girdle? Rochester, I've asked you not to call it that.
Oh, yes. You want me to get your foundation garment, boss?
No, I won't need it. I'm going to wear my baggy tweeds. Now go. Hurry up and see who's at the door.
Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Come in.
Well, thank you, Rochester. Where's Mr. Benny?
He'll be out in a minute. He's getting dressed.
Oh. Say, Rochester, you're glad we're in New York, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever I can, I go up to Harlem. You know, Miss Livingston, last week I met a girl up there that's the most beautiful thing you've ever saw.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. She looks like Lena Horne accentuating the positive.
Well, she really must be pretty. Does she work up there?
Yeah, she works in a nightclub. She's a cigarette girl.
The cigarette girl?
Yeah, and she means as much to me as LSMFT.
Oh, Rochester.
She came to my table, smiled at me, and I bought every package of Lucky Strike she had.
You did?
Yeah, then I took an option on next year's crop.
Rochester, I've never heard you talk this way about a girl. Do you think you'll marry her?
Well, that'll be discussed with the next meeting of the Big Three.
The Big Three?
Yeah, she, me, and her husband.
Oh, well, if that's the way it is, I don't think that you'll ever have
Hello, Mary. I'll be ready as soon as I get my hat and coat. Here we are.
Where you going, boss?
We're going to see my picture, Hollywood Canteen.
But, boss, you were there this afternoon.
I don't care. I want to see how I look at night. Come on, Mary, let's go.
62 stars, and he calls it his picture.
All right. Come on.
Get to the theater.
Yeah, Mary, look at that line of people waiting to buy tickets to the box office. And gosh, they're all sailors.
Jack, they're not waiting to buy tickets. That's the overflow of the St. Albans pay line.
Oh. Well, here's the theater line. Let's get on the end of it.
Okay.
Pardon me, mister.
Stop your shoving.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get on the ticket line.
Okay.
Say, mister, have you read what the movie critics said about this picture?
Nope.
Well, they said, quote, Hollywood Canteen, jammed with a star-studded cast, is one of Hollywood's finest pictures. Among the many entertaining performers are Betty Davis, Eddie Cantor, Barbara Stanwyck, Jack Carson, Jane Wyman, and Jack Benny, who personally contributes one of the most hilarious bits in the picture by his violin...
Shut up!
What?
I don't care what the reviews say. I'm just going in here to get out of the cold.
How do you like that fresh guy, Mary? He can't even be sociable. I only try to tell him what the critics said.
Well, don't take it to heart, Jack, and close your scrapbook.
Okay. Oh, Mary, look, isn't that cute? That little boy's trying to buy a ticket. He can hardly reach the box office window. Oh, Sonny. I'll help you, Sonny.
Jack, stop calling him Sonny. That's Mayor LaGuardia.
Oh, darn it. I always make that mistake.
How many, please?
Huh? Oh, yes, miss. Were there 2 passes left here for me? I'm the star of this picture.
Well, I'll see. I'm sorry, but there are no passes for you, Miss Davis.
What? Wait a minute. I'm not Betty Davis. I'm Jack Benny. That's who I am, Jack Benny.
Jack, she believes you. Stop opening your scrapbook.
All right.
Come on, Jack. Be a sport and buy 2 tickets.
All right. Here you are, miss. 2 tickets, please.
Yes, sir. Here's your tickets and here's your change.
Wait a minute, sister. Wait a minute. You charge me evening prices instead of matinee prices.
But, Mr. Benny, our prices change at 5 o'clock, and it's 7 o'clock now.
So what? I come from California, and it's only 4 o'clock out there. And another thing.
Jack, look who's coming down the street. It's Fred Allen in Portland. Gosh, I haven't seen Porty in a long time.
Well, I'm not going to stand here and see Fred Allen. Come on, let's go inside.
Watch out, Portland. The sidewalks are pretty slippery.
Don't worry, Mr. Allen. I've got hold of your arm. Gosh, look what's playing at this theater.
Well, what do you know? Benny's Picture. They waited till they put the lights out on Broadway, and then they sneaked it into town.
Come on. Let's go in and see it, Mr. Allen.
Now, Portland, we're not on the radio now, so stop calling me Mr. Allen. We've been eased out of more hotels that way. And anyway, who wants to see Benny's Picture? I've seen more entertaining pictures tattooed on a sailor's arm.
Oh, Fred, you're off the air now. Why do you keep on hating Jack?
It's because he's so jealous. Now, you won't believe this, Portland, but when other entertainers become famous, Benny instantly tries to steal their stuff.
Really?
Of course. You remember when Fritz Chrysler became... I thought there was no R in it. When Fritz... it's another month, I thought it was... When Fritz Chrysler... When Fritz Chrysler became famous, I had it mixed up with an old oyster opener I used. When Fritz Chrysler became famous... When Chrysler became famous, Benny took up the violin. When Sinatra became popular, Benny took a course in malnutrition. And do you remember last year when Benny had pneumonia?
Yes.
He caught it trying to imitate Gypsy Rose Lee. Benny's chest is so narrow, pneumonia had to set in sideways.
Well, Fred, if Jack tries to remain popular, then at least you've got to admit that he uses his head.
Well, of course he uses his head. He's got to have something to separate his neck from his toupee.
Benny does with his old toupee.
Oh, who knows? Maybe he gives them to Gravel Gertie.
Oh, Fred, you're always picking on Jack. If it isn't his hair, you call him a tightwad.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't start that rumor. Even the tightwads called Benny a tightwad. Why, I remember one summer when Jack was out on a dude ranch, he kept his money in a wildcat's mouth. Frank Buck had to go with him if he wanted to spend anything. Anyway, Portland, to show you I'm a sport, I'll take you in to see Benny's Picture. Here's the box office. Oh, Miss.
Yes, sir. How many, please?
Forgive me for interrupting your nap, Miss, but I'd like 2 tickets.
Yes, sir. That's $2.40.
$1.20 a ticket to see Jack Benny's Picture?
But there are 62 stars in the picture, sir.
Oh, 60. That makes Benny cost me 2 cents. Brother, inflation is sure here. Come on, boy.
The picture's pretty good so far, Jack.
Uh-huh.
You come on near the end of the picture, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Jack, put out that flashlight and stop reading your scrapbook.
Okay, but look at the review I got in the St. Joe Gazette. Ah, they love me in St. Joe.
Jack, be quiet. The people who just sat down behind us want to see the picture. And stop bobbing around.
Mary, if they don't like the...
Pardon me, mister.
What do you want, Bud?
It's kind of hard for me to see the picture. Will you please do me a favor and remove your head?
Oh, a wise guy. Who do you think you're talking to?
Jackie, boy, you're losing your temper.
Oh, it's you, Alan.
Why, Jack, you seem surprised to see me.
I am surprised. I thought that after you saw your shadow on Friday, you crawled back into your hole.
You know, Jack, if I didn't have such great respect for old age, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Attaboy, hit him, Fred.
Listen, Al, if you start anything with me, I'll slug you right back.
Attaboy, hit him, Fred.
Mary, you're on my side.
Oh, Jack, look. This is the part of the picture you're in.
Quiet. Everybody shut up. This is the part I came here to see. Madam, will you please make that baby keep quiet? I can't hear the picture.
Why don't you keep quiet yourself? I can't hear my baby.
What?
Attaboy, hit him with the baby, lady.
Madam, you have no right to bring a baby to the theater.
Imagine a man complaining because an itsy-bitsy baby cries. Just because it's cold and hungry.
It's all your fault, Alan. I'm sitting here minding my own business and going to see. When you had to start the picture, the last thing I do, I'm going to say I don't care about the whole thing yourself. You guys, anytime you get in my way, I'm going to haul off and give you that thing. But I don't care. I'm here to see the picture. Wait a minute. I came here to see my picture. How do you like that? The lights are on and the picture is over. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Oh, let's stay and see the newsreel.
I'm not in the newsreel. Now, let's get out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, the recently revised program by the OPA for food rationing is again in the spotlight. We all know why rationing is necessary. Simply to give each of us a fair share of the items that are short. The needs of our armed forces are steadily growing, and right now more than ever, they must have the things our country can supply. Now here's how you and I can support rationing. Don't buy ration goods without paying ration points in full. Refuse to pay more than ceiling prices. Destroy canceled ration stamps. Don't give them to anybody. Whenever possible, buy low point or no point foods. Thank you very much.
Jack, we'll be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Effie Boone.
Sold American.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
Sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thanks very much, fellows, for inviting us here to the St. Albans Naval Hospital. We enjoyed doing our program for you. And next Sunday night, folks, we'll be broadcasting from the Glenview Naval Air Station, Glenview, Illinois. And 2 weeks from today, we'll be in good old St. Joe.
Ah, St. Joe. They love me there.
It's not you, it's me. Good night, folks.
your head, save your hair, use Fit Shampoo.
Soft and shiny. That's the way your hair will be when you use Fitch's new cream shampoo. Fitch's cream shampoo leaves hair dreamy soft like moonlight, shining like bright starlight. Fitch is made with two beneficial beauty aids, lanolin and olive oil. Lanolin is used to soften the hair, to give it a brand new look. Olive oil is used to bring out sparkling highlights, to leave your hair gleaming and lustrous. And Fitch's cream shampoo is easy to use. A small dab whips into heaps of lather. Then, just rinse with plain water and every bubble of suds is gone. Your hair is soft and bright. Looks as though it had been brushed and brushed and brushed. Fitch's cream shampoo is thrifty, too. Compare the size. Compare its low cost. At drug or toilet goods counters, buy Fitch's cream shampoo with lanolin and olive oil for softer, shinier hair. Listen later in the program for Fitch's exciting Christmas gift perfume offer. This unusual radio offer will be made tonight only.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch Shampoo, presents The Fitch Bandwagon, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliott Lewis, Walter Tetley, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Robert North, Walter Scharf and his music, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. The Harrises have decided to buy a new dog for the children. Alice and her brother William have been out all morning looking for one. Phil was unable to go along as he had to attend his band rehearsal. As we look in at NBC, we find Phil and his musicians hard at work.
All right, quiet down. Come on, quiet down. Quiet down. Keep it quiet and stop that arguing. Now, look, I'm the leader here, and you'll play the way I tell you. Now, wait a minute, Curly. We know what we're doing. Don't talk back to me, Frankie. Now, if you guys want to play with me, you'll have to play right. Okay, Curly, if that's the way you want it, we'll play your way. That's better. Now, it's my deal, and it's jacks are better to open. Hey, Curly, we better stop playing poker and start rehearsing, huh? That's a good idea. That's the best thing you've said all day. All right, fellas, put the cards away, and now pay attention. I got something to tell you that's very important. Yeah? Well, the other day I got a letter from the sponsor, Mr. F.W. Fitch, and he ain't happy with the band. He don't think we're high class enough. He says from now on he wants us to play Greek concertos, Beethoven sonatas, and Bach fugues. Are there any questions?
Yeah, what's a few?
That's a very intelligent question. Do you know any stupid ones? Hey, what do we have to listen to the sponsor for? He's only paying us, kid, that's all. That's where we get the cabbage. Oh. And besides that, if you don't remember, I'm a stockholder in the Fitch Company, and I want to do things to please Mr. Fitch. I think you're overdoing it already. What do you mean? Well, ever since you became a stockholder in Fitch, you make us guys shampoo our hair with that new cream shampoo. Well, shampooing your hair is very good for you. Yeah, but every hour on the hour? Some of the guys didn't even have a chance to wash the lather out of their hair before they came down to rehearsal today. Stop that exaggerating. Oh, yeah? Look at the violin section sitting there. They look like a row of short beards. Every time the brass section hits a high note, they blow the foam off. Stop with that, Frankie. Stop with it. And don't forget, keep using Fitch shampoo, all of you, because it's great for you. I use it all the time, and look at me. I got a beautiful wave in my hair.
I used to have a wave in my hair.
You used to have a wave in your hair. What happened?
She became a civilian. I ain't seen her since.
Artie, you'll have to stop sitting in front of the trombone player. He's knocking your brains out. Now,
look, from now on, I want you guys to act like gentlemen. Just try your
Hello,
best.
Phil.
Hello, honey. Hey, Alice, you know most of the boys, don't you?
Sure. Hello, fellas.
Hey, Curly, who's the top pick?
Cut that out. That's my wife.
Oh, leave them alone. I get a better reception as a blonde dish.
Hey, look, honey. Gee, I'm glad you dropped in. Did you have any luck? Did you find the dog for the kids?
Well, kind of. We found one, but it isn't just what we wanted. I brought it over so you could see it first.
Oh, swell. Hey, what kind of a dog is it?
Good morning, Philip.
I don't want no Cocker Spaniel. Is this the Christmas present that you've got for our listeners?
Oh, Phil, that's a surprise.
I'm not spilling it. I haven't said a word. I just thought maybe we could throw your brother in, too, you know. Maybe we could give him to Mrs. Scooby in Fort Worth, you know.
Philip, don't be facetious. Oh, you know, I selected the dog for the children that I just know they're going to love.
You selected? Oh, this I gotta see. Yeah.
Oh, I have it outside in the car. Come along and I'll show it to you.
Well, wait till I dismiss the band. Okay. All right, fellas, you can break it up now. That's all for today. Get lost. Take it a little bit easy now. Fine bunch of gentlemen, those guys. Hey, let's see that dog, William. Hey, Alice, what kind of a dog is it? Is it a big one like the kids wanted?
Well, I wouldn't call it big exactly. It's a Mexican Chihuahua.
It's a what?
A Mexican Chihuahua.
Hey, Frankie. Huh? Hey, what's a Chihuahua? Shirley, I'm surprised that you're ignorant. Everybody knows what a Chihuahua is. I had one once when I was in Tijuana. Yeah? Did you like it? Sure, it was delicious. You can't beat that Mexican food.
Here we are. There you are, Philip. Take a look. The dog's on the back seat.
Where? All I see is the shoebox.
Lift the cover. He's under that.
Okay. Well, all I see here's the price tag.
Lift the price tag. He's under that.
Oh, okay. This is the dog? This little thing?
I think it's a beautiful animal, aren't you, doggy?
Hey, Frankie, you better oil that thing. It's squeaky.
I think it's a magnificent beast. He has beautiful markings. Look at his lovely brown coat.
Are you sure this ain't a sparrow that was grounded? Hey, Willie, how could you buy a little tiny thing like this? Gee whiz, it's the smallest little thing I've ever seen in my life. I know the children ain't going to like a little dog like this.
Oh, I'm sure the children will love this. Let's take him home and see.
All right, Alice, we'll try it. Come on, let's get the car. Oh, shut up! So long, Frankie. I'll see you later. So long, Curly. I feel sorry for those kids getting a little mutt like that. They wanted a big dog. Hey, a guy was trying to sell me a Great Dane yesterday. I know what I'll do. I'll buy it and bring it right over to the kids. Oh, Remley, you're such a lovable little schnook. Hey, Alice, I'm afraid to even show this dog to the children. They're going to be so disappointed.
I'll show it to them, Philip, and I know they'll be crazy about it.
Girls! Girls!
Here we are, Uncle William.
Children, I have something for you.
Oh, goody. Where is it?
Right here in this box. Wait till I get the cover off. There. How do you like it?
Oh, it's ketchup and mustard. Uncle William brought us a hot dog. They didn't cook it enough. It's still barking.
Children, please, this is a real dog. Don't you like it?
Oh, sure, but gee, it's awful small, isn't it? Mommy, you said you were going to get us a big dog.
Well, we tried to, honey, but we couldn't find one. Maybe you'll learn to like this one. Now, why don't you and Phyllis take him out for a nice walk, huh?
Oh, all right. But what'll we use for a lead?
Wait a minute. I'll see if we have a strand of spaghetti left over from last night.
Don't be funny, Phyllis. Now, here, children. I'll tie this string around it. There. Now, be careful and... Phyllis! Don't get the string up so high the dog is dangling.
Yeah, it looks like you're carrying a yo-yo with legs. See what I told you, Willie? I told you they wouldn't like this thing.
Well, I hate to admit it, but I guess you're right, Phyllis. I'll return the dog. However, I still feel you shouldn't get one much larger than this. Now, well, I'll see you later, Alice. Toodaloo, Phyllis.
Oh, go toodle your own oo.
No, Phil, maybe William is right. Perhaps we shouldn't get too large a dog. The neighbors might complain.
Oh, it's not bad enough that I got to be bothered with your brother. Now I got to worry about the neighbors, too. It's getting so it seems like the only place a guy can do what he wants to is on a desert island or in the Congas. Each morning, the missionary advertised with neon signs. He told the native population that civilization is fine. And the educated savages holler from a bamboo tree that civilization is the thing for me to see. But bunga, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo. No, 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 no. Bingo, bango, bungle, I'm so happy in the jungle I refuse to go. Don't want no bright lights, false streets, doorbells, landlords, he makes it clear that no matter how they coax me, I'll stay right here. Bungo, 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 a bungo, 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 a bungo, 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 a bungo, bungo, bungo. I look through a magazine, a missionary's wife, and see a bungo, bungo, a bungo, bungo, bungo. I see how people who were civilized sang you without a motive. At the movies they have got to pay many coconuts to see. Uncivilized pictures that the newsreel takes so bonga, 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 bonga. No, bonga, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Bingo, bango, bungle, I'm so happy in the jungle I refuse to go. Don't want no jailhouse shotgun. We took off from penthouse, bathtub, streetcar, taxis. I've got my spear. So no matter how they coax me, I'll stay right here. Bungo, 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 bungo. They have things like the atom bomb, so I think I'll stay where I am. Civilization, I'll stay right here. Come on, Pooch. Here's your new home. Oh, wait till Curly sees this Great Dane I got him. Kid wanted a big dog, and you couldn't get anything bigger than this. Hiya, Curly. I brought something over for the kid. Hiya, Frankie. Frankie, where'd you get that horse? Wait, Curly, this noble animal is no horse. Well, what is it? Well, what does it look like? It looks like something you stole from under taboo. This is a dog. He's a Great Dane. I bought it for the kid. Pooch, say hello to your new daddy. Get that dinosaur away from me. That's the biggest dog I ever seen. Yeah, the kids are going to love it. He's friendly, too. Yeah, in a Russian sort of way. You know something, Frankie? I don't know. That might be too big for the kid. Well, come on, let's take her inside and see what Alice says. Okay. Hey, Alice. Hey, Alice, come out here a minute.
Coming, Phil.
Hey, Curly, I'll get the dog to sit up. That way she'll let you to Alice, huh? Come on, sit up, Poochie. Sit up. Yeah. What did you want? Hey, honey, look what Frankie brought over. Yeah, I want you to meet her. Ain't she beautiful?
Well, yes.
You two are going to be great friends.
Oh, of course, Frankie. Any friend of yours is a friend. How do you do, miss?
Alice, this is a dog. This is not one of Frankie's girlfriends.
Well, how was I to know? He brings over some of the strangest...
Never mind. It's appreciation for you. Bring this dog over for the kids and then...
Oh, I'm sorry, Frankie. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
Well,
you know, it's really a lovely dog. But don't you think it's just a little bit too big for the children?
Well, it may be big, but it's very gentle. Go on, pet it, Alice.
All right. Well, Frankie, get it to kneel down so I can reach its head. Come here, doggy. Let me pet you. Oh, you have such a nice face. You do like me to pet you, don't you? Oh, you're a lovely dog. I've got to hug you.
Hey, Frankie, you sure this hound ain't part wolf?
Oh, Frankie, it's a darling. I'm sure the children will just love it.
Mommy, what's that?
Well, honey, it's a dog Uncle Frankie bought for you children.
What a beautiful dog. Thanks, Uncle Frankie.
Oh, that's all right, kids. I'm glad you like it.
That's the biggest dog I ever saw. I love it.
See there, honey, I told you the kids wanted a big dog. Hey, and look how gentle he is, and they're going to get along with...
Oh, that must be Julius bringing the groceries. I'll get it. Hello, Julius.
Hello, Miss Faye. I bring your grocery order and here's the newspaper. It was outside.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Julius, come on inside. I want to show you something we just got.
What is it, soulmate?
You'll see, and I think you're going to like it, too. Well, there it is.
Miss Faye, ain't you been satisfied with our milk delivery lately?
Why, Julius, of course I have.
Then why did you buy that cow?
That ain't no cow, it's a dog. Yeah, I bought it for the kids. They love it. Don't the dog and the kids look nice together in the doorway?
Yeah, it's a pretty picture. With the dog standing there under the archway and the kid standing there under the dog.
Ain't it a beautiful animal?
Yeah. Hey, I seem to have seen that dog someplace before. Now, wait a minute. Miss Faye, where's that newspaper I brought in?
Right here, Julius.
Yeah, let me see it, huh? Just as I saw it. Here's his picture on the front page. This is a stolen animal. You people have a hot dog on your head.
What are you talking about? Let me see that face. Hey, the kid's right. Listen to what it says. Monarch, the wonder dog, stolen from movie studio. 2 strange men seen loitering around studio a half hour before dog was found missing. Frankie, how could you possibly... Wait a minute, Curly. I didn't steal a dog. Honest, I didn't. I bought it.
Oh, Phil, I'm sure Frankie didn't steal it. But you'll have to return this dog.
Oh, Daddy, you have to take him back.
Well, I'm afraid we got to, honey. It's not ours. Oh, Remley, come on, Pooch. I'm talking to the dog. Let's go. See you later, Alice.
Gee, Mommy, we like that dog so much.
Well, don't worry, girls. We'll get you another one. The studio is probably worried. I'd better call them and let them know your daddy is on his way over with the dog. I know how you girls feel, but you wouldn't want a dog that belongs to somebody else, and every time you... Hello? Oh, this is Mrs. Harris. I'm calling about the dog that was stolen from your studio. My husband found it, and he's on... What? What's that? Oh, you've already found it. Then the dog we have isn't the one that was missing. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye.
Mommy, does that mean we can keep our dog?
Yes, and when Daddy gets to the studio, they'll send him right back with it.
Gee, that's wonderful.
Yeah, and it's going to make your Daddy happy, too.
You like Daddy, don't you, Mommy?
Like him? Come here, honey. I want to tell you something. A secret, I've got a little secret. A secret kind of secret. I may be for to start it to every doctor bill and tell the world about it. In fact, I say I will. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as a daisy. With moons all around and cows jumping over. There's something amiss, and I'll lose my hat if this isn't love. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as a daisy. With moons all around and cows jumping over. There's something amiss, and I'll leave my hat if this isn't love. I'm feeling like the apple on top of William Tell. With this I cannot grapple because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, then winter is summer. If this isn't love, me heart needs a plumber. I'm swinging on stars, I'm riding on rainbows. I'm busting with bliss, and I'll kiss your hand if this isn't love.
You're driving so slow, Frankie. I'm anxious to get to the studio and get this dog off my hands. Drive faster, will you? Oh, nag. Oh, well, you... Now, what are you stopping for? Curly, I'm thinking. This is an important dog, and everybody's looking all over for the two guys that stole it. How are we going to prove that we didn't steal it? Nonsense. What are you talking about? All they have to do is look at me and they can tell. I don't look like the kind of a guy who'd steal anything, do I? I don't know, Curly. To hear you talk, you'd think I look like the criminal type. You'd think I had a low forehead, a weak chin, and skippy eyes. Now that you mention... Never mind! All I'm saying is why take chances? Suppose they don't believe us. We can't prove our innocence. Hey, maybe you're right. Sure. Hey, Frankie, we got to get rid of it. Look, let's palm it off on somebody else. Okay. This looks like a good neighborhood. Maybe somebody here would like a dog. Okay, but let's hurry and get rid of it. Now, look, we'll start at that house right down the street. Hey, Frankie, now look, when they come to the door, what am I going to tell them? Just ask them if they'd like a pet. Okay. How do you do, madam? My name is Phil Harris. Do you want a pet? I got to be more careful how I phrase this officer. Hey, that Dave sure packed the wallop. Oh, man. Hey, Frankie, why don't you try the next house? Not me. With my luck, the next house would be Jersey's Joe Walker. Now, there must be an easier way to get rid of this house. Yeah, but how are you going to... Hey, wait a minute. What? Hey, look. Where? Right there. Right now, left. Look. There's the park across the street. Let's take the dog over there, tie it to something, and leave him there, huh? Come on. Keep quiet. Quiet. You think we're playing with him? Yeah. Hey, Curly. Let's climb to that fence there. Which one? The one that tramp is sleeping on. Come here, Poochie. I'll just tie her to this fence. there. Come on, Curly, let's get out of here. Hey, you gotta be trying to follow. Don't worry, the way I got him tied, he'll never get away. Well, hurry, let's get back to the house. And look, Frankie, now when we get home, tell Alice we returned the dog to the studio. Hey, Alice. Hey, Alice, we're back.
Well, what have you two been? What happened?
Well, I tell you, we took the dog, and we took him back to the studio, and when we took him... they were very grateful for our efforts.
Yeah, they were, huh?
Yep.
You know, fellas, I got news for you. I called the studio, and they told me their dog had already been returned. Not only that, the dog you say you left at the studio arrived here 5 minutes ago. Now, you boys didn't just tie the dog up someplace and leave him, did you? Fellas, look in the living room. What do you see?
The dog.
Yeah, the dog.
Hey, what's that he's sitting on?
He's sitting on a park bench. He dragged it home with him. Where did he get it?
Where did he get it? Oh, the president of the studio had a park bench in his office, didn't he, Phil? Hey, Frankie. We can stop now. I don't think you'll believe that park bench came from the president's office. Why not, Phil? The tramp's still sleeping on it.
This is Alice Faye. As a Christmas gift, the Fitch Company and I want you to have a lovely bottle of perfume. It's alluring, yet sophisticated. Gay, yet mysterious. Now, here's Bill Foreman to tell you how you can get your Christmas gift perfume.
This amazing gift is offered tonight only. As a Christmas present from Alice Faye, Fitch offers you a full dram of this romantic new perfume. Its fragrant essential oils are from the world's loveliest blossoms in sunny Italy and the rose gardens of France. It's a perfume you'll want to wear or give as a gift. It would retail for $10 an ounce. Now, Fitch and Alice offer this enchanting perfume in a smart, simulated cut glass bottle. To get yours, send in the top from a Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo carton your name and address and 10 cents to help cover mailing costs. Send to Fitch, spelled F-I-T-C-H, Des Moines, Iowa. Get your Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo now. Fitch is guaranteed to remove dandruff with the first application. Remember, this is the only chance to get your gift perfume. Send shampoo carton top, your name and address, and 10 cents to Fitch, Des Moines, Iowa. Offer will not be repeated. Good in United States only. Alice, stop the dog. He's dragging my slippers all over the house.
What's so terrible about that?
I'm still in them. Tune in next week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This program was directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Mel Blanc and Ollie O'Toole. Alice Faye appears to the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. The part of Frankie was played by Elliot Lewis. Laugh a while, let a song be a style to sing. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair to spring. Send for your Christmas gift perfume from Alice Faye. Get Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo now. Mail shampoo carton top, your name and address, and 10 cents to Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Des Moines, Iowa. Bill Foreman speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of radio, the Jack Benny program.
Well, Jack was very enthusiastic about all those things. And Jack would say, we go for a hamburger. And he'd say, this is the greatest hamburger I ever had in my life.
Jack's manager, Irving Fine.
Once, I tell the story in the book, we went back, I think it was 1949, for a dinner for Harry Truman when he was president of the United States. And at this dinner, all the notables in Washington were there. And after the dinner, there were a lot of private parties. But Jack said, no, I want to get a quick bite. Let's skip the parties and let's find a place to get some simple to eat. So we walked out in our evening clothes, and we walked about 2 or 3 blocks from the hotel, and we found a diner. And we went in, we had ham and eggs and coffee. Well, ham and eggs were good, but, how good could ham and eggs be? But Jack said, these are the greatest ham and eggs I've ever eaten in my whole life. And he kept talking about this diner that had the greatest ham and eggs he ever had in his whole life. And then 6 years later, we were back in Washington doing a dinner for President Eisenhower. And when the dinner was over, Jack said, hey, we got to find that place for those great ham and eggs. And we went searching all over Washington. I'd forgotten where it was. We walked all over Washington in our evening clothes looking for this diner. We finally found it and had ham and eggs again. Jack was always enthusiastic that way. One day, George Burns, in his introduction to my book, and in his introduction, he tells a story that when Jack signed a $1 million deal, or a $2 million deal, he went to his lawyer's office downtown Los Angeles. And then he came back into the Hillcrest Country Club where they both belong, and he saw George. And he was all excited, and George thought he was excited about the deal. And George says, well, how are you, George? Jack said, boy, I'm so excited. You know what I found? And George said, what? He said, I found that by driving down Wilshire Boulevard at exactly 28 miles an hour, you can go right through without stopping for a red light, all the way. Isn't that terrific? And he never once mentioned the $2 million deal he had signed. And that was Jack's accomplishment. One day he met George in the club, and he said, George, have you taken a shower today? And George said, no, why? He said, you've got to take a shower. George said, why? He said, the towels are the greatest. He said, the softest, the most wonderful towels, you've got to take a shower. That was Jack.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, on the corner of CBS Square, there's a small drugstore which is frequently visited by radio personalities. At the moment, Mervyn, the soda jerker, is talking to Flossie, the new waitress.
Take it easy, Flossie. Don't be so nervous.
I can't help it, Mervyn. After all, this is my first day as a waitress.
It's nothing to worry about. What did you used to do?
I was in the movies.
You? You was in the movies?
Yeah. I was head popcorn popper at the Pantages.
Well, why did you quit?
My boyfriend got tired of kissing my salty fingers. Gee, I hope I make good at this job.
Oh, don't worry. You'll do all right. Uh-oh. Get ready for business. Here comes Jack Benny and some of his cast.
Oh, gee, celebrities. Who are they?
Dennis Day, Don Wilson, Phil Harris, and Jack Benny. See? They're starting across the street.
Oh, yeah. Which one is Jack Benny?
The one that looks like he won't make it. Hey, you better set a table for him.
Okay, Mervyn. Give me 4 glasses of water.
You'll only need 3. One of them never touches the stuff. Come on, you better get busy, Flossie.
Now, come on, fellas. There are plenty of tables.
Let's sit over by the window.
Okay, by me.
Hiya, Mervyn.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Phil, why do you always make him do that?
Well, it only costs me $1 a month, and if my sponsor comes in, he'll be impressed.
Why?
Because this is a thrifty drugstore.
Well, let's sit down, fellas.
Your orders, please.
Get some new talent here.
Your order, please, gentlemen.
I'll take a ham sandwich on rye and a cup of coffee.
Yes, sir.
I'll have the same.
Yes, sir.
And I'll have a glass of milk and some apple pie a la mode.
Yes, sir. What flavor ice cream do you want on your pie?
Oh, no ice cream. Just put on a scoop of mashed potatoes.
Dennis, why in the world do you order pie with a scoop of mashed potatoes?
Because I'm a slow eater.
What's that got to do with it?
Ice cream melts.
Well, I asked him. He answered me. Now I'm too sick to eat.
What do you have, sir?
Well, I'll have a shrimp cocktail, some clam chowder, a porterhouse steak, hearts of lettuce with Thousand Island dressing, some green peas, French fried potatoes, a piece of chocolate layer cake, and a cup of coffee. Can you remember that?
I hope I can carry it.
That'll be all, miss.
Thank you. I'll be right back with your orders, gentlemen.
Hey, fellas. Hey, she's a kind of cute-looking girl, isn't she?
Yeah.
Huh?
Nice personality.
Huh?
Beautiful red hair, sunny smile, trim ankles, cute little figure, and...
Phil, remember, you're married.
I know, but I can still take inventory, can't I?
Yes. Hey, Dennis, what are you looking at?
There's lipstick on my glass.
Lipstick? Well, I'll call the waitress and tell her...
Oh, no. This is exciting.
Dad, what's exciting about lipstick on a glass?
It's spring, Dad. Spring.
Oh, be quiet.
There are some shows, some comedians I know that in the past, in one season, they would go through 3, 4, 5 sets of writers in one season. Jack had writers for years and years and years, and then circumstances sometimes would, where the war came along and 2 of the writers left, or you had to get new writers, and you got 4 new writers, and they were with them for almost 20 years.
And you still call them the new writers?
No, there were 2 writers who came in 1950. And they were the new writers. They were came on as junior writers. And then a year or 2 later, they became regular writers. But to Jack, they were the new writers. And they were with us for 20, 25 years. And they were always the new writers. And I imagine after they were with us 18, 20 years, one day Jack said to his secretary, "Get me the new writers." They've been with them 18 years. They were the new writers.
Another episode in your book about writers is really funny. I think it was that Jack Benny wanted to give some credit to Mel Blanc on a show.
Yeah.
And he went into the writer's room. What would you like?
Well, what happened was Mel Blanc played the various characters on the show. Mm-hmm. He did the voice of the Maxwell. He did Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. He played the Mexican C-Psy routine. He did the French violin teacher. Mm-hmm. And one time, he was very good in the show, and after the rehearsal on radio, Jack called the writers over from out of the booth. And he said, fellas, at the end of the show, he said, I'd like to write something now to give Mel Blanc credit. I'd like to say that Mel Blanc played the part of the French violin teacher. So one of the writers said, okay, why don't you just say, at the end of the show, Mel Blanc played the part of the French violin teacher. Jack said, yeah, that's what I'll do, and he wrote it down. And as they walked away, the 4 of them, one of them turned and said, Jack, one of us could have given you that line. And Jack, of course, was a great audience. He fell on the floor for 10 minutes. He laughed, you know.
Pierre.
Yes, Suzette?
Pierre, I cannot understand you. You sit there with a sprained ankle, and yet there is such a happy look on your face.
Oui, ma chérie. Because of this ankle, I do not have to give Monsieur Benny a violin lesson.
Oh. Pierre, this Monsieur Benny, he is a moving picture star, no?
Oui, he's a moving picture star, no. He is on the radio.
Oh, the radio. What program?
Oh, you know the program that starts, touchez bas, touchez tombe, c'est rythme faire comme ça, aimez loquet, touchez votre égalmère, aimez loquet, touchez votre égalmère.
heard that many times.
Who can that be?
Maybe it is the landlord.
No, he would not come to a dump like this.
I will see.
Oh, how do you do? Does Professor LeBlanc live here?
Oui, I am Mrs. Leblanc.
Well, I'm Jack Benny.
Sacre bleu.
Thank you.
Suzette, who is he?
Oh, it's me, Professor. I heard what happened to you, so I came over here for my lesson.
Sacre bleu.
Thank you. Professor, how's your sprained ankle?
A dismal failure.
What?
Nothing. If you are here for a lesson, let's get it over with.
We? I mean, yes. Now, Professor, when you were giving me my last lesson, what were we doing?
You were playing the Blue Danube, and I was picking up the dead flies.
No. I mean, after that. Anyway, what number do you want me to play today?
The same one you have been practicing for weeks and weeks and weeks. Minuet l'Antique.
Oh, yes. Here, I'll get my violin out of the case.
Suzette, aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
I am not going out.
You will in a minute.
Well, here we are. Now, just a second. I better tune up.
Does not make any difference.
Oh, yes, I have to be in tune. Now, shall I start with the Minuet l'Antique?
Start with anything.
Okay.
No, Mr. Benny. Every week you make the same mistake. How many times do I have to tell you it is not da, 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 da?
Oh.
You have to slide. Da, da, da.
Oh, yes. I'll get it this time.
Sacre bleu.
Thank you. Too high. I'm sorry.
Pierre.
What is it, Suzette?
Vous l'apprenez à jouer au violon depuis 12 ans. Je ne l'ai entendu qu'une fois, mais il est le plus mauvais joueur que j'ai entendu dans toute ma vie.
Oui.
Oh, Professor, what did she say?
It loses something in the translation, but it means you stink.
It sounds lovely in French. Shall I take it again?
Oui.
Okay. Sacre bleu.
Suzette, the baby.
I know. Quiet, Menjo, quiet.
Mr. Benny, please. The baby, stop playing.
Benny,
my wife is nervous. The baby is crying. I have got a sprained ankle and you stink. Stop playing. Mr. Benny,
Professor, why did you make me stop?
The baby's hair turned gray.
Well, I'll take my lesson some other time. Goodbye.
But he spent an awful time laughing. He would laugh at everybody who was funny. And as how people liked to be with him because people who had even mild senses of humor felt like great comedians. And comedians loved to be with him because he made them all feel number one. And the one, of course, he laughed at longest and loudest was George Burns. And George would do crazy things to Jack. And George could do simple things to Jack. And Jack would fall on the floor. You know, George could... I tell the book story that George, one day, Jack was wearing a blue suit. And he had a little teeny piece of thread on his lapel. And George went over and took off a piece of thread and said, "Could I borrow this thread for a while, Jack?" Well, Jack fell on the floor, you know. And he laughed and laughed. And then 2 days later, he received a package in the mail. And it was a little velvet box. And in the box was this little piece of thread. And George sent a note. He said, "Thanks for lending me your thread."
And I'm down he went again.
Yeah, Jack. And George would do that kind of thing to Jack. Simple little jokes. And Jack would just think they were hilarious. And they were funny, you know.
Everyone, I'm sure, talks about Jack Benny's image of being a rather thrifty kind of a person, but indeed he was absolutely the opposite. And in fact, he was almost extravagant, wasn't he?
Well, he was extravagant in certain things. He was extravagant to prove that he wasn't cheap. He would overtip. And we figured out that he would spend $7,500, $10,000 a year extra every year just to prove that he wasn't cheap by overtipping to porters, waiters, cab drivers. If we go in a restaurant where you'd ordinarily tip $2, he'd tip $8 or $6 or $5. And sometimes I say, "Jack, that's ridiculous. You know, we just had a sandwich and a cup of coffee, and the check was $2, and you left the man $6. I said, "That's ridiculous. You left him as big a tip as we ate." And Jack would say, "No, that's all right. Forget about it." Or when we go to the airport, where you would tip $1 for 2 bags, let's say, to the porter. And I was with Jack. I would always tip bigger, so I would tip $2. Jack would yell at me because I was always tipping for him. Jack would say, "That's ridiculous, give him $5 because, he wanted to prove that he wasn't cheap."
I would have thought that it might be an honor to get a dime tip from Jack Benny, though.
Well, that did happen. I tell the book once he gave a hat check girl $1 for his hat. And she pushed it back to him and said, "Please, Mr. Benny, leave me some illusion." And once he took a cab in Las Vegas, and the ride was like 75 cents. And he gave the man $5 and he said, "Keep it." And the cab driver said, "Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. My wife would yell at me because she thinks you're cheap and she wants to keep thinking that way. And if I come home and say you gave me a $4.25 tip for a 75-cent ride, she'd be disappointed." So Jack said, "Okay, give me back $4.25. So the cab driver said, "No, I think I'll let her be disappointed." Once Jack and I were rushing to, I think, NBC. Oh, it was 10-15 years ago. And we jumped out of the cab and we rushed to the front door. I thinking he had paid the cab and he thinking I had paid the cab. And we got to the front door, the cab driver yelled, "So it's true about you, Mr. Benny." And Jack looked back and he realized he hadn't paid him. And he came back and, of course, gave him like $10 to get rid of him.
Hey, that must be George now. Come in.
Well, Jack, I'm here.
Hey, kids, it's George Burns. George, I knew you wouldn't let a pal down.
Of course not, Jack. What are pals for?
You know, kids, George and I have been friends for 20 years.
25.
That's right. We've been following each other's careers since the days of vaudeville. We don't make a move without consulting each other. Isn't that right, George?
That's right.
But you did have me worried for a while. What took you so long to get here?
What took me so long? I've been chasing you all over town looking for you. When did you change networks?
When did I change networks? 3 years ago. George Burns, of all people.
Jack, don't get mad at him. Remember, he's your pal. Buddies. Now, kids, George came here for one specific reason, and that is to sing my
when
song.
When I say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to
George,
you.
Not yet, George, not yet.
If you ask me to forgive
George,
you...
hold it. Wait a minute, hold it. I had a special arrangement made for you. Wait a minute. George, I had a special arrangement made for the orchestra. So first, I'll find out what key it's in. Phil, what key is... Oh, for heaven's sakes. Phil, tell your boys to put away the dice and get back to their seats.
The boys ain't shooting dice.
Then why are they huddled around in a circle?
They're trying to get the handcuffs off those flats.
Well, tell them to hurry.
Oh, George, I should have asked you when you first came in. How's Gracie?
Fine, man.
She was gonna come with me, but last week she bought a little puppy and she went on to enter him in a dog show.
Oh, he must be cute.
Not only cute, but Gracie thinks this puppy's the smartest dog in the world. She even thinks he can read.
Wait a minute. Gracie thinks this puppy can read?
Yeah, when she bought him, the man said, when you lock him up at night in the kitchen, don't forget to put a newspaper on the floor.
And she thinks he can read?
Leaves the light on all night.
Well, look, George, about my song.
When you say I beg your pardon.
Wait for the band!
Boy, what an eager beaver.
Dennis, he's not an eager beaver. He's just anxious to sing my song because he thinks it's wonderful. Don't you, George?
Yes, sir. That song will sell more copies than My Tomato Ran Away, but I'll catch up to her.
Who wrote that?
Rogers and Hines.
What?
It has 57 choruses.
That's my pal. Always got a joke.
Buddies.
Now, come on, George. How about doing my song now?
Okay.
Wait till you hear this, folks. Ready, Phil? Take it.
When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to forgive you, I'll return.
Listen to that voice.
Like the swallows in Sereno, return to Capistrano. For you, my heart will always yearn.
That's my buddy.
When you say that you're sorry, then I will understand. Neath the harvest moon, we'll pledge our love anew.
That's an F sharp.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, my darling, though we're parted, come back to whence?
Yes, whence?
We started, and sweetheart, then I'll come back to you.
George, that was wonderful. Absolutely
when
wonderful.
When I say I beg you.
And believe me, you're through with it. Believe me, I'm grateful.
In this special closed-circuit broadcast to the managers and staffs of all CBS stations, Mr. Paley has asked that he might be the first to speak to you. Gentlemen, Mr. Paley.
I have asked to speak first so that I might have the pleasure of introducing Jack Benny. In a few moments, we'll pick up Jack Benny and Amos and Andy, too, speaking in Hollywood. But before we do that, I want to take the opportunity to say something else. It is in many ways, I think, the most significant thing I could say here, and that CBS, in fact, can say to the world. It is not about the developments of the past few weeks which have happily resulted in bringing Benny to CBS so soon after Amos and Andy. We all can see what this means to our Sunday night schedule and to our competitive strength and prestige as a network. But I'm thinking of something more important. It's the network Jack Benny is coming to. Our programming progress and our programming hopes for the future only make us all the more delighted that we are to have the one and only Jack Benny joining forces on Sunday night with a great comedy team, Amos and Andy. I can think of nothing which more effectively will strengthen our position. There is no one else like Jack Benny, truly one of radio's best, and at the very peak of his audience attraction today.
So I moved, and I didn't want to leave NBC. I loved NBC. But I had to make some kind of a deal where I could make some money, because here I was getting a terrific salary, and was all salary. And I couldn't make a deal for a company. Well, I wouldn't care if I got $1 million a week. That wouldn't do me any good. What good would that be? With income tax, right? Sure. Right. So the ones that made me the deal and came right through with it quick was CBS. Then, of course, when NBC realized I was going to go, then they were willing to make the deal. But I didn't want to play one against the other, so I merely took CBS.
Well, CBS had generally rated NBC at that time, didn't they, with these
no, NBC was, yeah, once I got on, but NBC was really the first network. And then when I moved over, a lot of shows moved over. Mm-hmm. So that made really CBS come up on top.
Yeah.
I made the millions CBS by that move, which I didn't know or didn't think, you know.
Hello, Jack Benny speaking.
Hello, boss. This is Rochester. Is it true that your program is moved to CBS?
That's right.
On Sunday night?
Yep, Sunday night.
Same time?
Yeah, same time.
And you got a new deal?
Yes, I've got a new deal.
Boss, how about a raise?
Absolutely not, and that's final.
Doggone, new station, new network, new deal. But the same old boss.
When Bill Paley moved him from NBC to CBS, it was beginning of 1949, we had a big problem to let the audience know that he had moved to a new station and all over the country. And, habit is very important in people's lives. And you never know when people will leave you because of habit. And we worked hard, and I worked with CBS, and we did all kinds of things to let people know he moved. And when he did move, he not only remained number one, but he even had a higher rating than when he was on NBC.
All right, boys, are you ready? Fine, let's go.
Sunday night, if you're blue and you don't know what to do, CBS will fill the void. There Jack Benny can be hoid.
Boy, the lyrics are fine, sportsman, but I wish there was some way to improve the music. Oh, well, let it go.
The show was sold to CBS. Mm-hmm. And that required a series of long meetings with the agents and the attorneys and so forth and so on. And toward the end, Jack would get involved in these meetings.
Writer George Balzer.
And one day, he didn't show up because he had to go to a meeting. And we just went on. We're working on the script. And in the afternoon, he came back. And he says, well, fellas, we made the deal. And I said to him, I said, well, Jack, whatever it is, I hope you got a good deal. And he says, I don't know whether I did or not. He says, all I know is that we'll all be working together for the next 7 years. Now, where else can writers especially get that kind of a contract? The result of the deal was that we would all be together for the next 7 years. Writers usually work under the pressure at that time of having a 13-week deal, not knowing if they were going to be picked up or not.
Ronnie. Oh, Ronnie.
What is it, Benita?
Have you noticed the commotion next door? Jack Benny's moving.
Moving? That's wonderful. Let's celebrate.
No. He's not moving out of his house. His program is moving to CBS every Sunday night.
Benita, never do that to me again.
Is it true, Mr. Benny, that NBC once gave you an option on the 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock time slot Sunday night?
They told me as long as I would stay with them, I could have that time. Now, this was not in writing, but it was a definite agreement that I could have that time as long as I wanted to stay with them. But when I moved to CBS gave me exactly that same time.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, today marks Jack Benny's first program on the Columbia Broadcasting System. So let's go back a couple of hours and pick up Jack and Mary on their way to the studio. Rochester is driving.
Not so fast, Rochester. Don't cross the double line. Look out for that car. What's the matter with you?
I'm driving as carefully as I can, boss.
Well, just watch it, that's all.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, calm down. Don't be so nervous.
I'm not nervous.
And stop pacing up and down on the running board.
Okay, Mary, I'll admit it. I am nervous, and you can't blame me. Today's my opening broadcast on CBS.
All right, so you're opening on CBS.
What do you mean, all right? Do you realize it's the first time my program will be heard in Alaska?
Well, so what? I've yet to see a walrus smoking a Lucky Strike.
Oh, yeah? I saw one last night.
That was Jerry Colonna.
I'll have to apologize. I threw him a fish. Anyway, Mary, this is no time for joking. I'm upset.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, why should you be worried? You must have $1 million down in your vault.
I know, but I don't want to break up the serial number. I mean, Mary, stop asking me questions, will you? I'm in no... Rochester, I don't want to have an accident on the way to the studio. Now, slow down.
I'm only going 12 miles an hour.
Don't give me that. What does it say on the speedometer?
Made in 1899.
I mean, besides that...
Jack, you're working yourself into a breakdown. Rochester, see if you get something on the radio so Mr. Benny can relax.
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes another broadcast by your friendly philosopher. And now for a special announcement. Remember, only 2 more hours and Jack Benny will be on CBS.
Turn that off! That's all they've been broadcasting for the past week. 6 more days till Jack Benny. 5 more days till Jack Benny. 4 more days. 2 more hours.
Well, Jack, if you don't like it, make him stop it.
I will not.
I can't figure you out. First you don't like it, then you do like it. I've never seen you this
All
way.
right. He's been a nervous wreck all week, Miss Livingston. Last night he didn't sleep a wink. He just kept tossing and turning and whimpering like a baby.
Well, was there anything you could do for him?
I tried everything. I even threw him over my shoulder and burped him twice.
No, Rochester, stop exaggerating.
I'm not exaggerating, boss. You've even been talking in your sleep.
Talking in his sleep?
Yeah. Miss Livingston, who is William Paley?
William Paley is the head of the Columbia Broadcasting System. Why?
He has now replaced Harry Lamar in Mr. Benny's dream.
Stop, Rochester. I never dreamed about Mr. Paley.
Yes, you did, boss. All night long you kept saying, P-A-L-E-Y, P-A-L-E-Y.
Look, Rochester, I'm upset enough as it is without your discussing... Oh, fine. It's all I need now, a traffic cop. Rochester, he wants us to pull over to the curb.
you, didn't I?
What's the matter, officer? Were we speeding?
Don't flatter yourself. You went through a red light. Officer, the light was green when we started through the intersection. Yeah, I know, but it changed twice before this jalopy got across.
Look, officer, I'm afraid this is my fault. I'm in a hurry.
I'm talking to the driver, so keep your... Wait a minute. You're Jack Benny, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, then you must be on your way to the studio to do your first broadcast for CBS.
That's right.
Well, only a louse would give you a ticket on a day like this.
Well, thank you.
Shake hands with Officer Sam Louse.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but duty is duty. Now, I'll write this.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars.
Excuse me a minute. This may be important.
Attention all officers. There has been a holdup on 4th and Olive. Investigate a double murder at Hill and Grand. Only 2 more hours and Jack Benny will be on CBS.
Gee, they have that announcement on your radio, too. See, the police must like my program.
Yes, they use it down at headquarters for the 3rd degree.
3rd degree?
Twice I confessed, and I didn't even do anything. Well, you can go, Mr. Benny, and I won't give you a ticket. I can't stand the tears in those big blue eyes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rochester. Drive on, will you?
Just a second, boss. I've got to start the motor.
Oh, gee whiz, Jack. I hope you don't have trouble starting it like you always do.
Don't worry about that. Yesterday I had the motor tuned. Go ahead, Rochester. Start it.
Who tuned it? Spike Jones?
Mary, please. Rochester, try it again, will you?
Don't worry, boss. I'll get this motor started. But close your eyes.
Why?
I'm going to use the whip.
I don't care what you use. Let's get to the studio.
Speaking of radio, the Jack Benny program.
Jack was a creative mind. He created a lot of the basic ideas, just the thought, and turned it over to the writers for development.
Announcer Don Wilson.
And, of course, Jack always engaged the greatest writers in the business, in my opinion. And, well, the show just took off from that basic, rather simple formula. Jack was a great blue pencil man. He could tell you from here to doomsday whether or not it was a gag that belonged on the show, that fit the character it was given to, or didn't fit the character. He knew what it was all about.
Tonight, for our feature attraction, we're going to do the story of Don Wilson's life.
Oh, please, Jack. Really, this is embarrassing.
Now, don't you be so modest, Don. You deserve it.
Yeah, I'll say. After all, you took the show when it was down and you put it right...
It wasn't down! And anyway, Dennis, that was 20 years ago, and you were only 8 at the time. So how would you know?
I had a radio in my incubator.
Yeah, incubator. Now, come on, let's get on with it. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Don Wilson's 20th year on my program, we're going to present a play based on his life. The Don Wilson story, or Life Can Be Plentiful. Curtain. Music.
Our story opens in Denver, Colorado, many years ago. The stork has just delivered a precious bundle to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Donald C. Wilson, Sr. The mother happily whispers to the father,
Darling, it's a boy.
And the proud father said.
Yes, aren't we lucky? The stork brought us a boy.
And the stork said.
Oh, my aching back.
Proud parents leaned over the crib looking at their newborn son. The baby said. 3 days later, he said.
I want a roast beef sandwich.
He was developing slowly. During that first week, 3 nurses quit because they just couldn't stand giving him his bottle. It was exasperating. The gravy would slip through, but the mashed potatoes were murder. But Donald was a good boy. All of his parents did have trouble getting him to sleep.
Now, come on, baby. Come on. It's time for Betty Bye. Now, baby, stop that. Baby, stop. Baby, put me down.
You better let me have him, dear.
Okay.
Now, Donald, close your little eyes and Mommy will sing you to sleep. Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. If the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come Donald, Denver and all. Look, dear, he's asleep.
The years passed quickly, and Don entered college. And since his burning ambition was to become a radio announcer, he majored in elocution.
How now, brown cow? How now, brown cow?
And the cow and Don. Don was a brilliant student, and he graduated from college, magna cum laude. But the night that he was packing to leave the campus, he got an emergency call. His father had met with an accident. Don dropped everything and rushed to the hospital.
You may go in and see him now, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, nurse.
Oh, and don't stay too long. It was quite an accident, and, well, your father's quite old now.
Yes, I keep forgetting. You know, I haven't seen him for years. Dad. Dad.
Howdy, Blubber.
Gosh, Dad, I just can't get over it.
What's that, son?
Well, I know it's been a long time since I've seen you, but I'd hardly recognize you. How come you look so different?
'Cause Bob Crosby can't play the part of an old man.
Don had made up his mind to be a radio announcer. Although Don didn't know it at the time, our paths were about to cross. I was doing a show then for the Universal Corset Company. And one day my sponsor called, so I went straight to his office.
Gee, my sponsor really has a nice building here. He certainly believes in advertising. Look at that big neon sign. The Universal Corset Company. And look at their slogan. Gather unto you what is yours. Well, I better go in. I beg your pardon, sir, but would you tell Mr. Willoughby that Jack Benny's here to see him?
Well, Mr. Willoughby's expecting you, Mr. Benny. Go right through that door.
Thank you.
Yes?
Mr. Willoughby, please.
Oh, you're Mr. Benny. Mr. Willoughby's expecting you. Go right through that door.
Thank you.
Yes?
I'm here to see Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, you're Jack Benny.
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby's expecting you. Go right through that door.
Thank you.
Yes?
Miss, I'm Jack Benny. Mr. Willoughby is expecting me.
Who's Mr. Willoughby?
Look, miss, isn't this the Universal Corset Company?
Yes?
Well, Mr. Willoughby is the president.
Oh, you mean Poopsie.
Poopsie?
Yes. Go right through that door.
Oh, well, all right. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, surprise.
Mr. Willoughby, I'm Jack Benny.
Yeah, I know. Come right in.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Willoughby, what is it you wanted to see me about?
Well, I hate to bother an artist of your stature with trifles, but a strange thing has happened since you've been broadcasting for us.
What's that?
We've been losing money. We've been selling corsets for 15 years, and this is the first time the company is feeling the pinch.
Mr. Willoughby, just what is your complaint about my program?
I can't stand the way you read our commercials. I want you to hire an announcer.
So I started auditioning announcers. I tried voices. Voices, all kinds of voices. Deep ones, high ones, soft ones, loud ones. All right, Bud, you're next. Read this. The Universal Corset Company presents Jack Benny. Now, the show opens, and you say...
The Universal Corset Company presents Yeah, that's all, folks.
I auditioned over 500 people, but I wasn't getting any place. It was then that I decided to try my luck at the famous Acme Elocution School.
A with a U is A-U, A-U. D with a U is D-U, D-U. U-D, U-D, U-A, U-A. G with a U is G-U, G-U. E with a U is E-U, E-U. A-U, E-U, G-U, D-U.
Very good, students. Very good. Now, what did you think of that, Mr. Benny?
P with a U is P-U, P. Oh, I'm sorry. You see, I'm a big comedian, and I couldn't resist the opportunity. But I really am looking for a radio announcer.
Well, you've come to the right place. Now, let's see. In this class, I have little Harry Von Zell, Billy Goodwin, Jimmy Wallington, and that fat one over there is Donald Wilson.
Donald Wilson. Gee, I like that name, and he looks like he might be just right for my program.
Well, certainly, Mr. Benny. I'll call him over. Oh, Donald. Donald, this is Jack Benny.
How do you do?
How with an H and an O and a U and an O and a D is a how do you do?
Now, Mr. Wilson, I'm considering you as an announcer for my program. And if you take the job, I hope everything turns out fine.
Thank you.
Now, about your salary, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, I'm so anxious to get into radio. I'll work for my 3 meals a day.
Well, I wasn't planning to go that high. Look, Mr. Wilson, money isn't everything, and you said yourself that you were anxious to get into radio.
I know, but if I'm not going to make a halfway decent salary, why should I go on a show that's down?
It's not down. How did I get in the script?
It's in there because it happens to be true.
It is not.
It is true.
It is not.
Jack, you're ruining the whole scene.
I don't care. My show was never down.
It was true.
You stay out of it.
Don't pick on him, Green Eyes.
What?
That does. Jack, let's get back to my story, the story of my life.
I don't care about your life. I'm sick of it. I'm going home. Goodbye.
Jack!
G with an O, with an O, with a D, with a B, D, bye. Goodbye. Don't try and be nice to people.
Where did the Sportsmen come from? Were they a quartet before they were formed for, or were they formed for this, or were they singing before?
No, they were going quartet before Jack hired them, and very successfully too, and made a great reputation for themselves. And it was all built out of a hum. Jack would ask them a question, and in harmony they would hum, and that was the thing that started their career on the Benny Show.
And they'd start whatever song was popular, and they'd do the normal lyric, and then they'd come back with special lyrics for Lucky Strike cigarettes.
That's right.
Hey, Jack, look out the window. Here comes Don Wilson with that quartet.
Oh, yes. I wonder what they want now. Come in!
Hello, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Don.
Say, Jack, look who I brought with me.
I know. Hello, fellas. That's what I mean. Don, I'm glad you brought the quartet over. I want to talk to you about them.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? I'm not going to keep paying $500 a week just to hear them go, during a commercial.
Well, Jack, at the end of our show last week, when you kicked me in the stomach, I suspected you weren't quite satisfied.
You bet I wasn't satisfied. I'm not going to pay $500 for a quartet for one note. And another...
Jack, calm down. I've got it all fixed up now. That's why I brought the boys over. Now, here's the way we're going to do our commercial today.
Look, Don, I don't want these
Just
fellas...
listen to this, Jack. Listen to it. Now, I'm sure you'll like it.
Yes, Jack, give him a chance.
All right.
Now, here's the way we'll do it. Get set, boys. Here we go. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT, la 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 la, LSMFT, la 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 la.
Go round.
Down, that's not what I want.
Go free and easy on the draw.
That's not what I want.
LSMFT, la 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 la,
deep down smoking enjoyment, it's
LSMFT, la 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 la, LSMFT, la 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 la,
Wait a minute!
LSMFT,
Wait a minute! Heaven's sake. I mean, what kind of a commercial do you call that? What's the matter with you guys?
He didn't have all that many gag lines.
Oh, Jack has often said, I'm the biggest straight man in the business. And there was many a time when... Well, Jack had a basic philosophy, if I may divert here for a moment, as I analyze it, and that is, Jack, it was obvious that this was his philosophy. The bigger he could make the supporting people that worked with him on the show, the bigger it made the Jack Benny Show, and the bigger it made Jack Benny. Now, this is a leaf that I don't think any other comedian ever took out of Jack's book, and it was so sound and successful that I'm surprised somebody else didn't pick it up too. But that was Jack. That was the generosity and the thoughtfulness and the great showmanship that was reflected in Jack's operation in all the years he was on the air.
When you were in New York doing sports, Jack Benny had been starting on radio. His first bit with radio was with Ed Sullivan, and a few months after that he got his own show for Canada Dry, and then was on the air for...
Then the second year he was signed by Chevrolet. And the contract was terminated at the end of 26 weeks. Now, so the story goes, and I think it's an awfully good story, but I won't vouch for its veracity, that the advertising manager of the Chevrolet division of General Motors concluded that their product was so high class that they should be represented on the air by a symphony and not by a comedian. So Jack's contract was terminated at the end of 26 weeks. And it was at that point, in the spring of 1934, that he held an audition for an announcer to carry on with him for the rest of that season of 13 weeks. And I just got awfully lucky and got the job. I was thrown into a general audition with all the other stock boys and the freelance men around town. And the only answer I can give, how did it happen? Nothing really dramatic about it. Nothing world-shattering took place, except I think perhaps I laughed in the right places when I read lines, and that got me the job.
Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in presenting the star of our show, it gives me great pleasure to bring you a man who...
Just a minute, Don. Hold it a minute.
What?
Don, today, instead of you introducing me, I'm going to introduce you.
Me?
Yes, Don. Ladies and gentlemen, today not only marks the anniversary of Don Wilson's 30th year in radio, but it also commemorates his 20th year with me. So, Don, take a bow.
Jack, this is so touching.
Don, this day is yours. Today we will all pay homage to you. When I say we, I mean the entire cast. Your slightest wish will be our command. Whatever you... Don, you're crying.
Well, gee, I can't help it, Jack.
See, the way those tears are running between your chins, it looks like you're irrigating something. Now, Don, please stop sniffling.
Well, I'm all right now, Jack. I just couldn't help getting emotional when I realized that you've been with me for 20 years.
No, Don. You've been with me. With me.
To think that I came on this show when it was down, and because of and because of my personality and showmanship, I raised it to the pinnacle of success.
Don, wait a minute.
It wasn't easy, and there were many setbacks, but every time the show was down, I brought it up again.
Now, wait a minute, Don. My show was never down. So don't make things up.
Well, now let's not argue, Jack. Really, let's don't argue because, well, and besides, I want to thank you for making this not only a memorable, but a profitable occasion.
Profitable? What did Jack do for you, Don?
Go ahead, Donzie. Tell Bob Crosby.
Well, Bob, not only did I get $500 cash, but I also got a brand new DeSoto convertible for my wife, a trip to New York for the two of us on the Super Chief, and a whole week at the Waldorf Astoria. Jack, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, gosh, Jack gave you all of that?
No, but it was his letter that got me on strike at Rich.
You're darn right.
Well, Jack, I guess it won't seem like much now, but, well, since today is Don's 20th anniversary with you, the boys in the band got something for him, and here it is, Don.
Oh, gee, thanks, Bob.
What is it, Don? What is it?
Well, now, wait, Jack, till I unwrap it.
Okay. Boys in the orchestra, huh?
Yeah. Oh, Jack, look at this. A diamond-studded cigarette lighter.
Well, I'm glad that you like it, Don. My musicians went through a lot of trouble to get it for you.
Well, Bob, that's a beautiful lighter your boys got for Don, but you'd think it would be wrapped a little better. Who did it?
The owner of the store.
The owner of the store? I could have wrapped it better than that.
Not with your hands up over your head.
Bob, you mean the boys held up a jewelry store?
Well, it was an accident, Jack. You see, when they walked into the store, Remley had his guitar under his coat.
Uh-huh.
The man thought it was a machine gun. He threw up his hands and said, "Take anything that you want."
That's still dishonest. Frankie should have opened his coat and showed the jeweler that it wasn't a gun.
Oh, Frankie did better than that. He took out the guitar, started to play, and the guy said, "Look, you got what you want. Stop torturing me."
Well, that I can understand. Anyway, Bob, it was very nice of your boys to bring down that present.
Well, he deserves it, Jack. After all, he took this program when it was down, and he started...
It wasn't down! I'll have to go down to my vault and get the money. Before I go, I want you all to repeat the oath after me. I promise not to reveal that Jack Benny has a secret vault hidden in his home.
I promise not to reveal that Jack Benny has a secret vault hidden in his home.
And if I should tell anyone, either consciously or unconsciously, may I lose my umbrella during the rainy season. Now, everybody bow their heads while I go down in the vault. Tore my pants on the barbed wire. Now, I better be careful about those landmines.
Oh, who goes there? Friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
Greenberg's on 3rd.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
That's right, Ed. And here's a little present for you.
A present for me?
Yes, Ed. Last week was Christmas.
Oh, did you have a nice New Year's?
No, Ed. You see, it isn't New Year's yet. You see, New Year's comes after Christmas, you see.
Oh, I've been away from it so long I kind of forgot.
Oh, yes. You know, Ed, this year things are going to be a lot better. They're starting to make automobiles again.
Automobiles?
Yes. Yeah, they're like buggies, you see, with motors in them. You know, you drive them down the street.
Well, won't they frighten the buffalo?
No. You see, buffalo are extinct. There are very few of them around anymore. Well, I got to get into my vault now.
Shall I turn my back?
No, Ed. You're bonded. Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45. Left to 160. Back to 15. Then left to 110. There. I'm glad the factories are reconverting. Now I'll be able to buy a louder burglar alarm.
Mr. Benny, how much money are you putting in?
I'm not putting anything in, Ed. I'm taking some out.
My, this is thrilling.
Well, so long, Ed. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Whoopee.
I'd like to introduce another talented actor named Joe Kearns. You know him as Ed, the man who guards my underground vault. He's been there for years, and whenever I go down to get money, he always says...
Oh, who goes there? Friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
A penny saved is a...
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
I did not come up with that particular idea.
Writer George Balzer.
On that particular week, Milton Tack had that part of the show, and I think that was tied into one of our radio stations. While Sam and I were doing the second half with the radio station, they were doing the part at home with the packing and the calling around to the different cast members and so forth regarding the upcoming trip. And it was there that they decided that it would be funny if Jack had a vault where he kept his money. And they did a scene where he went down, 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 down into the vault. And then we found Ed, the guard there, who hadn't been out in 200 years. And that whole routine came about in that show. In fact, I think I mentioned earlier that first railroad show was one of the shows where we established so many new things.
Oh, the vault was part of that show.
The
with
vault was, as I remember
station.
now, the vault was one of the new things in that railroad station. The vault also became more exaggerated as the years went by.
And the audience was looking for it.
And the audience would just wait. They would know in a certain kind of show we were going to. Now, this brings up a point about radio and television. Radio made you use your imagination. And you had complete control. When we went to television, we thought, hey, wouldn't it be great, because the vault has become such a part of our radio show, if we did the vault on television? So we did. We built the deepest underground place. We had the cobwebs. We had everything that we could think of down there. And the chains and the metal gate and we had everything. And we did it on television. And the next day we had people come up to us and say, "That's not the vault." We said, "What are you talking about? That's not the vault." He says, "Oh, it was much deeper than that." He says, "Had many more." Their mind, in their own minds, they had built the vault. And there was no way we could build it on television to suit everybody. And we'd bump into someone else and said, "That's not the vault." I said, "What did you imagine?" He said, "Well, it's got this," and it'd be entirely different what the other person had imagined.
Now what else do I have to do? Oh, yeah, I want to go down to my vault and take out some money.
Take out some money?
Yeah.
Can I watch, Daddy?
No, I'll be right back.
Who goes there, friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password? Oh, it's you, Mr. Bennett.
That's right. How are you, Ed?
Fine. How are things on the outside?
Oh, not so good. There have been thousands of cases of Virus X in Los Angeles.
I've never heard of that before.
Virus X?
No, Los Angeles.
Oh, well, Los Angeles is a city that's been built since you've come down here. Don't you remember, Ed, when I first brought you out here, that little adobe hut down near the plaza?
Yes.
Well, that's now renting for $4,000 a month. Of course, Ed, Los Angeles is a big city now. It's the home of over 3 million men and women.
Men and what?
Women.
Women?
Squaws.
Oh.
Well, I'm leaving town. I need a little money, Ed. I'm going to open the safe now.
Shall I gouge out my eyes?
No. No, Ed, I trust you.
Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 160, back to 15, then left to 110. There. Give me your hand, Ed. I'll help you up.
It's my own fault. I shouldn't have stood so close to it.
Yeah. Now, let's see. I'll be in Denver a week. There, that ought to be enough money. Well, see you later, Ed. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Do you mind if I shave? I'm stepping on it.
Oh, why bother? You'll only have to buy clothes. You know? So long, Ed.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trott, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Look Up.
Look up, look up, when everything's looking down. Whenever you're low, let everything go. Come out of that gloomy frown. Look up, whenever those clouds are gray. It's gonna be fun whenever that sun starts chasing those clouds away. There's no room for old man gloom, so shake him. You're bound to take him. Just try a smile or two, but whatever you do, look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive Shave Cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive Shave Cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Shave Cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier, 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. rinse. Then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive Shave Cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave. That's all. But remember, Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4. Every year, countless young men leave small towns to seek their fortune in the cities. But when our young hero, Dennis Day, graduated from high school some years ago, he swore he was going to make his mark right in Weaverville. He has made his mark, too. It's a well-worn groove in the cashier's counter at the unemployment office. And so we find today that our hero has at last made a decision born of desperation. An old friend has sent a wire offering him a job in Seattle, Washington, and Dennis has just shocked his pal, Mr. Anderson, considerably by announcing,
I'm going to take it, Mr. Anderson. I've got to.
Oh, my 10 adorable little pink toes. We're going to miss you, my boy.
And I'm going to miss all of you, too, and this house and my little room upstairs.
My. Seattle, Washington. Gets mighty cold up there.
It does? Gee, then maybe I won't miss my little room.
Well, you're sure that your friend Harry Tompkin really has this job waiting for you in his fruit orchard, huh?
Oh, sure. He was my best friend in high school. We started as freshmen together. Gee, when he graduated, I was the loneliest boy in the whole sophomore class.
But is there any future for you in the apple business?
Sure. Maybe even a partnership someday. His wire says he needs me right away. The job is much too big for him alone.
Well, it sounds like you're all set then. Say, what about Mildred, though? Have you told her yet?
No, I just haven't had the heart.
Yeah, she's going to feel pretty badly, all right. What about the plan you and she always had to be the mother and father of 5 children someday?
Well, with us never seeing each other again after tonight, we may have to discard it.
Oh.
Not the kind of thing where I can tell her to go ahead without me.
But with you out of her life, she might marry another man. Don't you realize that?
Yeah. Gee, I certainly hope the father of my children turns out to be a nice fella.
Yes, we all do. Well, I don't know how you'll ever manage to break a thing like this to her.
Oh, I guess the best way is to hint kind of subtly that I don't feel quite the same toward her anymore. Then she won't feel so bad about losing me.
Well, you've got to be pretty careful not to hurt her feelings.
Oh, I won't. I'll be as delicate as possible. It's the only way, believe me.
Yes, maybe it is the best. Well, off the eater, Shane, son.
Thanks, I'll need it. See you later.
Oh, hi, Dennis. What's new?
You make me sick to my stomach.
What?
You heard me, babe. We're through. I'll thank you to return my Captain Marvel magic ring.
Dennis, what's come over you?
I'm telling you, we're finished, girl. You used to have it, but I guess I've used it up.
Dennis, Day, are you crazy?
Crazy? Why? What have you got anyway? A lovely face, a wonderful figure, gorgeous eyes, beautiful legs. What does it all add up to?
Dennis, if you...
Quiet, I'm adding.
Now, suppose you just stop this nonsense.
Why, babe,
Babe, nothing. I always know when you're putting on an act. What's it for?
Well, to tell the truth, I just didn't want you to care about me anymore, Mildred. You see, I'm leaving town.
Leaving town?
Yeah, I got a wire from Harry Tompkin up in Washington offering me a job on his fruit ranch. What have I got in Weaverville? No job, a freezing room upstairs.
Dennis, don't you see it's only a matter of a little nerve? You could have a job, and you should have demanded a heater for your room long ago.
Demanded? From your mother?
Well, certainly. A cold room's dangerous. You're not a very warm-blooded person, you know.
Yeah, but I figured I'd better keep what blood I got.
Dennis, if you're ever going to get anywhere in this world, you've just got to.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Young man, I've been looking for you. What happened to the curtains in your room? They look like they've been slept in.
They should. They have.
What?
Oh, gosh, Mrs. Anderson, you know it gets pretty cold up there.
Cold in your room? Ridiculous.
Then why do you keep 2 pounds of butter and 6 veal chops under my bed?
Dennis, don't I put a box of matches next to your bed every night? If you get cold, just strike a couple of them.
Oh, I thought they were there to read by. if you just give me a heater, Mrs. Anderson, I'm sure
Don't bother me. I have enough troubles of my own. I can't operate a rooming house without a permit from the Commissioner of Health, and mine expires today.
Oh.
If I can't locate the new commissioner, they'll close this place tonight. Here I am, half out of my mind, and all you can think of is your own problems.
Well, gee, I'm sorry, Mrs. Anderson. I guess maybe I'm an egomaniac.
You certainly are. If you're cold, light your matches. And don't get them too close to my butter, understand? That's all.
There. See how I get treated around here, Mildred? I'm going up to Washington to pick apples for Harry Thompson,
Dennis,
and then I
wait.
can...
Did you hear what Mother said about a new commissioner of health?
Huh?
The new city administration goes in today. The mayor we elected last November.
So?
Well, don't you see? There are dozens of good political jobs being cast out. All you have to do is grab one.
Oh, Mildred, I went to see the mayor for a job last year, and he said I was I forget what he said.
But this is a new mayor, Dennis.
Yeah, but everything I know about politics you could put on the head of a pin and then... Ooh.
Well, what's the matter?
I just remembered what the old mayor said I was.
Dennis, you're going down to see that mayor. You can get a job. Act like a real politician. Talk big. Tell him you have influential friends.
But, Mildred, that wouldn't be telling the truth.
Well, yes, maybe you're right.
Still, on the other hand, is there any better way to act like a politician?
You wanted to see me, young man?
That's right, Mr. Mayor. I heard about the big gravy train you're on, so I thought I'd climb aboard and slop around in it with you.
I take it the disgusting picture you've just conjured up is a plea for employment.
Yep, I can do you a lot of good, Mayor, especially around election time.
Oh, I see. You're a ward healer.
Oh, sure. I've cured dozens of them.
Oh, this is my first day in office. What happened?
I was just saying that if I've healed one ward, I've healed a dozen.
Yes, I know. Oh, well, it takes all kinds of people to make a world. It's too bad you're not one of them.
You wouldn't talk to me that way if my old pal, the president, was here.
The president? You don't mean Harry Truman.
There's been a recount?
Not to my knowledge. But are you trying to tell me that you're his personal friend?
Oh, sure. I was with him right after election, helping him out with little details. You know, like canceling the moving van and stuff like that there.
Really? And what was your official capacity?
Oh, about 2 quarts a day.
I'm having fun. Are you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. But what I meant was, just what was your job in the administration?
Why, I was a big shot in the post office department.
It's funny, I never heard of you.
Oh, well, this was way back in the old days.
You mean you were under Big Jim Farley?
That's it, under Farley.
Odd, I knew all that crowd, and I don't remember seeing you.
Well, it's pretty dark under a big man like that.
Yes, and awfully squashy, I should imagine.
Well, about the job, Mr.
Would
Mayor,
you really like one?
Boy, I'll say.
Well, it just happens that I have an opening for a junior assistant custodian of Sanitary Cottage.
Wow, sounds great.
It means garbage collector.
Loses a lot in translation, doesn't it?
Yes, but you're just the man for it.
Do you actually think I'd take a job like that?
I do.
Well, since he's so positive about it, okay. Give me the address of the place. I got some paper here in my pocket, and I'll write it down.
Okay. Oh, here, this telegram just fell out of you. Holy smoke. It says, need you in Washington immediately. Job much too big for me to handle without you. Signed, Harry.
Oh, yeah, you see, Harry...
Then you do know Harry.
Oh, sure. We went to the same school. He was
Mr. Day, can you ever forgive me? I had no idea. Why, surely you didn't take me seriously when I made you a garbage collector.
I didn't?
Oh, no! Starting right now, you're our new city manager and the head of our local machine. Would you like my office and my secretary? Shall I put a limousine at your disposal? Is there anything you want to know?
Yeah. What corner of the desk did you just hit your head on?
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing In the Marketplace of Old Monterey.
I I came to spend a little time one day in the marketplace of old Monterey. Met a senorita there, bought a rose for her to wear in the marketplace of old Monterey. We lingered there until the moon was high, till the smoke rings from my ship kissed the sky. Then we held each other close while we whispered adios in the marketplace of old Monterey. I keep hearing blue waves singing when the sea is calm and still. I keep hearing church bells ringing as I pray someday they will. I know I'll hurry back to her once more when it's springtime on that far distant shore. And somehow I feel she knows that my heart went with a rose in the marketplace of old Monterey.
Well, because the new mayor of Weaverville mistook a telegram our hero received from Harry Tompkin in Seattle for a wire from the president, Weaverville has a new city manager, and his name is Dennis Day. He's got a luxurious office, a desk to put his feet on, and the mayor positively groveling at his feet.
Well, I don't like to rush you, Mr. Day, but have you written to Harry yet about little old me?
Oh, no, but I'll get right to it, Mr. Mayor.
Fine. Don't forget to use my exact words now.
Okay, but I don't know how he's ever going to find you a nice big juicy plum in an apple orchard.
Oh, you're a sly one, Mr. Day. Oh, wait, here's my secretary, Miss Jenkins. I'm sure she'll take very good care of your correspondence, Mr. Day. I'll see you later.
Well, how do you do, Miss Jenkins?
Hello, Mr. Day. Well, I brought my book.
Good. Go ahead and read, and I'll let you know if I want anything.
Don't you want me to take some letters?
Oh, letters. Yes. Sit down, Miss Jenkins.
Yes, sir. Where should I sit?
Where you usually do, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Hey, get up! I just had these pants pressed.
Oh, my goodness, this is something new in politics.
Well, that's the type of fellow I am. Clear-eyed and clean-limbed. Now, there's a couple of matters I want to get straightened out in this town. First, take a letter to the fire chief.
Yes, sir.
Dear Chief, I read in the paper that your department answered 5 alarms last week, and when you got there were no fires. Do you want us to be the laughing stock of the entire state? After this, see that your men carry matches. Yours truly, Day, city manager. You got that?
As I read it back, I don't think I could have.
Okay, take one now for the police chief. Dear Chief, I have a complaint about your motorcycle policemen. They have been neglecting the foxtails on their motorcycles. These foxtails should be starched so they stand out straight. Yours truly, etc., etc. Why, what's the matter, Miss Jenkins? Why are you looking at me that way?
I'm scared.
But, Dennis, I just can't believe it. You're actually the city manager?
That's right, Mr. Anderson. The head of the whole machine.
It's incredible. A person like you holding a high public office in the United States.
Yeah.
Oh, there'll be good news on the front page of Pravda tonight.
Thanks. Say, Mr. Anderson, is there some little job you'd like in the city government? How about beach commissioner or chicken inspector?
No, Dennis. My wife would, Say. Oh, my tender Aunt Sally's lovely little blue camisole. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Who does Poopsie need right now for her boarding house license? Who must she bow down to and worship? The Commissioner of Health. Oh, brother, if I were
Say no
only...
more, Herbie, and give me the phone. You're in.
Oh, you wonderful boy. Oh, bless politics.
Hello? City Hall? Give me the mayor. This is Dennis Day. Day. D-A-Y. No, Y. It's the 25th letter of the alphabet. Well, certainly the alphabet has that many letters. Yeah, okay. That was our new Commissioner of Education.
Oh. Hello, Mayor.
No, I haven't heard from Harry yet, but I got a swell Commissioner of Health for you. Herbert Anderson. What does he know about health? Well, he's always been imperfect. Swell, Mayor. Thanks. Well, Mr. Anderson, you're all set. Commissioner of Health.
Oh, I can't believe it. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, it's a cinch. You just go around to the nightclubs and see if they're filled with fresh smoke every 10 minutes. Stuff like that.
Oh, boy. And when Foopsie hears who she'll have to talk to get her license.
Herbert, why haven't the beds been made and the upstairs swept?
I was just waiting till after lunch, ecstasy girl. Will it be ready soon?
Lunch. I'm nearly out of my mind trying to locate the Commissioner of Health, and you're worried about your lunch. Of all the self-centered, narrow-minded, petty, selfish, stupid men in the world.
I'd use softer words, Mrs. Anderson. You may be eating them soon.
You keep quiet, too. Give me that phone. I'm going to call the mayor himself. He should know who the new commissioner is, and he'd better, because I'm... Hello? Mayor's office?
This is the loveliest moment of my life.
Yeah. I want the name of the man who's your new Commissioner of Public Health. Who? Who? You're sure? I see. Thank you.
Well, dear, did you get your information?
Yes, Poopsie.
Interesting news, wouldn't you say?
Herbert, about my license.
Well, I don't know, dear. I just don't know.
Herbert, please. I'll be good. I'll rip the stitches out of your pocket so you can carry money again. When we take a walk, I'll let you walk on the outside. I'll let you lead when we dance. Please, Herbert.
Well, I'll think about it.
Oh, you will. What am I humiliating myself this way for anyway? I'll show you. I'll go over your head. I'll go right to the city manager himself.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, if
Be quiet. What if my husband did wangle a job as health commissioner? I'll show him he can... Hello? Give me the city manager. All right, what's his name? I'll call him at home. How's that again? Oh, no. No.
Yep, small world, huh?
Dennis, darling.
See me at my office tomorrow morning, Poopsie gal. I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
It was nice of you to see me so promptly, Dennis. May I go sit down now?
Yeah, I guess you better. You've been getting lipstick all over my shoes.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get the information for your license form. Your name?
Clara Anderson.
You belong to any particular sex?
I'm a female.
You got any documents to prove it?
I have a driver's license, sir.
Oh, never mind. I've seen you drive. You're a woman.
Thank you, sir.
Your age, please?
37.
Ha!
39.
Ha!
All right, 40.
Well, that brings us up to 1925.
Oh, Dennis, please don't treat me this way. I know I've been mean to you and unkind, but I'll be good from now on, I promise.
And now you're talking. Do I get a heater for my bedroom?
Yes, of course.
A mattress for my bed?
Yes.
A bed for my mattress?
Yes, Dennis.
Good. And I want a window put in back of the curtains, you see?
Yes, sir. Anything that you...
Mr. Day, he's here, right outside.
Huh? Why, who's here?
Your secretary just told me there's a man waiting to see you. He says his name is Harry. Could he be the Harry, Mr. Day?
Oh, he must be. He's the only Harry I know.
Oh, good heavens, now look a mess. Quick, a comb and brush it. Oh, my goodness, here he comes. Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. Welcome.
Hello, anybody?
Why, you're not the President of the United States.
So what? Neither are you, honey boy.
President, why, this is Harry.
Yeah, but he's just a plain citizen.
So what do you want? I should have flowers in my hair?
But I thought... Day said the telegram...
Oh, sure, that came from Harry. He wanted me to come up to Seattle, Washington and pick apples.
Seattle, Washington? I thought you meant the other one.
There's another Seattle, Harry?
No, but there's another Washington, you fool. I thought that wire was from the President.
Oh, my gosh, so that's why you gave me the city manager's job.
Yes, only you don't have it anymore. You're fired, understand? Finished. Through.
You mean he no longer can grant my license?
Certainly not. Dennis Day, do you know what I'm going to do to you?
You can't scare me. Wait till you see what Mrs. Anderson does to me.
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you, too, may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some have dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap, massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Here now is Dennis with the music of Charles Dant in the orchestra to sing Rendezvous with a Rose.
I've got a rendezvous with a rose. I've got a rendezvous with a rose. She's a rose from life's garden, and while stars shine so bright, we'll stroll on together with a moon for a light, and then I'll hold her close to my heart and whisper, dear, that we'll never part. So I can hardly wait till the old clock strikes 8, when I've got a rendezvous
week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy, starts this week on his vacation, accompanied, need we say, by his charming wife, Victoria. And here in his administration building office, metaphorically putting up the shutters, cutting off the utilities, and stopping the milk delivery for the summer, we find Dr. Hall and his secretary, the indispensable Miss Goodson.
Well, let's finish up, Miss Goodson, before we have another influx of bon voyage visitors and footloose professors. Now, is there anything else? Before I shoulder my knapsack and wander off through bog and fen?
There are 2 letters to sign, Dr. Hall.
Only 2? That's splendid. For me to get through the college year as a 2-letter man is quite an achievement. Which 2 are they?
One of them is a personal note to Mr. Wolfe of Business Administration, who left us to go with an advertising agency in New York.
And at 3 times the salary we could give him, I'm happy to say. With his energy and personality, he'll make a fine... what is the term?
Huckster.
Oh, yes. Probably from the Middle English word huckle, meaning haunch. Because destiny seems to have shaped his ends for an executive chair. And the other letter?
To Professor Alban Weingand of the English Department, congratulating him on his new publication called What's a Good Word?
Ah, yes, a real contribution to the living language. Professor Weingand advocates a positive approach to popular usage.
My mother always took a negative approach. She used to tell me always to remember that the only word which occurs naturally in the English alphabet is N-O. No.
I salute Mother Goodson. All right, now I'll sign the letters. Where is my fountain pen?
It's being repaired, sir, at that little side street shop in Ivy.
Oh.
You always say that while the proprietor may be slow, you rather like his nibs.
One priceless witticism for a $1 repair job. It takes 3 weeks. Now, let me see. The Wolf letter. There we are. And the Weingand letter. That's that. And now what, Miss Goodson?
That's all, sir. You're through. I'll take care of anything else that needs doing. Your traveler's checks, road maps, and motor club material are in this envelope. I hope you and Mrs. Hall have a lovely summer, sir.
Thank you. And in this envelope, you will find a small contribution toward your summer, Miss Goodson.
Thank you, sir.
And I thank whatever powers may be who watch over college presidents for sending me such a flawless secretary. And now, will you call Mrs. Hall and tell her I'm on my way?
She knows, sir. I called her while you were talking to Professor Heaslip. I said you'd be home in 45 minutes. You have a full 12 minutes to make it. Oh, you're home.
Uh-huh.
I hope you folded your overalls neatly and left your lunch bucket in the locker and punched the time clock right in the nose.
Yes, I even had Miss Goodson disconnect the electric clock in my office, thus saving the college at least 11 cents in electricity over the summer.
This is an idea from far left field, but a stop clock somehow reminds me of Mr. Willman.
It does? Why?
Because even a stopped clock is right twice a day in spite of itself. Well, the observation isn't original with me, of course, but, speaking of time, aren't you home rather earlier than you'd hoped?
Yes, and we'd have finished much sooner, except for several professors who dropped in to wish a happy summer.
Oh, when Miss Goodson called, she said you were deep in conversation with Professor Heaslip.
Deep is the proper term. 40 fathoms at least. Heaslip, as you know, fancies himself a Shakespearean scholar. And I suspect dreams of himself playing Hamlet in doublet and tights.
Professor Heaslip in tights is not a dream, Toddy. It's a nightmare.
Yes, and it's regrettable that with a voice like Sir Henry Irving, he should have a figure like Sidney Greenstreet.
Well, I'd have said Lou Costello, but between Greenstreet and Costello, you can split the difference. And also the tights.
For Heaslip has a new parlor game. Designed, I think, for literary show-offs and intellectual snobs. I did quite well at it.
Well, go ahead, snob darling, and show off for me. What's the game?
Well, I don't know that it has a name as yet, but it might be called Here's Your Hat and Quote. Or Block That Reference. The idea is that your opponent indicates a nearby object or suggests a brief situation, and you must counter immediately with a Shakespearean quotation, giving the source.
Oh, you mean if you say Heaslip, I snap right back with, they have been at a great feast of languages and stolen the scraps. Love, labor, lost, Act 4.
That's it exactly. And very good, Vicky, if I may say so.
Well, thank you. I'm all tuckered out now.
I must confess, I was quite carried away with the game.
I'd like to hear you two play it sometime. Maybe I could enjoy seeing Professor Heaslip carried away. Give me some more samples.
Well, I pointed to that plaster bust of myself that one of our art students made a few years ago, and Heaslip promptly said, "Why should a man whose blood is warm within sit like his grandsire cut in alabaster?" Merchant of Venice, Act 1.
Not bad. Then what did he give you?
Well, he indicated a small puddle where the water cooler had leaked. So I said, "Great floods have flown from simple sources." All's well that ends well.
That's brilliant, darling. I'll bet you can beat Heaslip hands down at his own game.
Well, my final triumph was a bit fraudulent, I'm afraid. As he was leaving, he said, "Man bites dog." And I said, the biter bit, 'tis only just, it is a bitter bite. Coriolanus, Act 3.
Well, it's marvelous. Coriolanus? I don't remember that line.
No, dear. I invented it for my own nefarious purposes. And Heaslip didn't challenge it. He was obviously afraid it would expose his own ignorance. But enough about that, my sweet. How have you occupied yourself today?
Oh, packing, repacking, calling up about the lights and the gas and the water, cleaning out the refrigerator, and fighting bees.
Bees in the refrigerator? Well, I must say you're a thrifty little helpmeet, raising your own honey. Don't your bees get a trifle lethargic at freezing temperatures?
They weren't my bees.
Oh, borrowed bees. Well, it's a novel touch of neighborliness. I say, William, will you run next door to the Quincanons and borrow a cup of bees?
No, William, the bees weren't in the refrigerator.
Oh.
They were swarming in that big old oak tree out in front, and a lot of them got into the house.
And how did the beautiful and ingenious Mrs. Hall cope with the matter?
Oh, the clever Mrs. Hall's first thought was to run screaming out of the back door. The second thought, the fly swatter. Third and best thought, our natural history department. And they sent a man over who lured them away with a queen bee.
Girl crazy, And after coming in the house and seeing you, Vicky, I can't blame them.
Oh, thank you. And I don't remember that Shakespeare said anything apropos of that situation.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes. Midsummer Night's Dream. Lord, what bees these mortals fool. Of course, you see, there's a slight transposition necessary to understand.
But yeah, you explain it to me sometime.
Excuse me, darling. Dr. Hall speaking. Hello, Professor Warren. Well, thank you, Joe. Well, I was a little hurt. A parade of professors through my office this afternoon, and no Joe Warren. But what are your plans, Professor? You are, and you got your license this afternoon. Good for you. Well, thank you for calling, and we'll see you next fall. Bye, Joe.
Professor Warren, you got a license? What, not marriage?
No, dear, fishing.
Oh,
he says he's going up into some remote part of Canada for the summer. I wonder why...
What's the matter, darling?
It just occurred to me that... Oh, well, they're probably busy packing, too. Although it does seem that one or two of them might have... but maybe they tried, and I was too involved with Heaslip. Still...
William, what on earth are you trying to say? Who might have tried to do what?
Well, Vicky, do you realize that not a single student has called on me or telephoned to say goodbye or good luck?
Oh, Toddy, I don't really think that means anything.
Did any of them call here while I was gone?
No, but...
Well, that's even stranger. They consider you practically one of them. I, being the president, might be considered too aloof to be the object of such intimacies, although I have tried to maintain a really now, don't you think it odd?
Well, yes. Oh, but darling, maybe they don't realize we're leaving today.
Oh, Vicky, I mentioned it in chapel yesterday morning.
Oh, well, don't worry about it. My goodness, they all love you and you know it. Come on now. Now, what did the other William have to say about that?
What, about falsely assuming a personal popularity? Well, now, let me see. Yes, there's the speech in Measure for Measure. But man, proud man, dressed in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what he's most assured. His glassy essence, like an angry ape, plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven as make the angels weep.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Collins.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall just coming back from loading the last suitcase, tennis rackets, sunglasses, camp stove, and reading material into the car.
I think that does it, Vicky. And from the looks of the back seat, the rear deck, and the glove compartment, we are thoroughly equipped for a 3-year safari through darkest Wyoming. Are you ready to leave?
Yeah, I think so. Let me check my list again. Now then, let's see. 64, 69, 66. Item 67.
67? What, may I ask, is the total number of your memoranda?
Well, in round numbers, 88. Those are about the roundest numbers I could think of, so I think like that. But item 67 says, don't forget BB. What do you suppose I meant by that?
BB? Couldn't mean just BBs because I'm not taking my air rifle. A bundle of blankets? Box of biscuits? The bread and butter? Stop me if I'm getting warm. Barrel of bicarbonate? Cakes of barracuda? Bank book?
Yeah, that's it, thank you.
Well, why do we need that? Considering that I've drawn practically all our available funds in the form of traveler's checks, the bank book would merely be an unhappy reminder of better days.
Not the bank book, Toddy. Your bird book.
Oh.
Do you remember last time we took a long trip and you'd see a purple-billed swamp goonie or something? And you just looked mad trying to identify it?
Yes, and thank you for remembering. Where is the book?
Oh, it's in the car. I loaded it first thing so I wouldn't forget.
My darling, I don't know what I should do without you, and I hope I never find out. Well, is your list all checked off?
Yes, I think that's everything. Now, if you'll wait while I put on my face...
Wait. Did I share the telephone?
No, but if it had rung, you would have, because you're practically sitting on it.
Thought I felt it ring.
You're not so worrying about not hearing from the students.
Well, no, not worrying exactly, but I do think it's strange that none of them called.
Well, there's probably some very simple explanation, but we're both such complicated characters we can't think of it.
Well, last year, for instance, we were besieged by youngsters and their friendly farewells.
William.
I can't think what I may have done or not done. I've chided them now and then, yes, but I've also consulted them,
William,
helped them,
Georgie,
advised them,
darling,
and to leave for the summer without a... yes, Vicky?
Look, I won't consider spending the summer with a college president who's brooding about not being played off the campus with a string quartet.
Oh, my love, it's not that.
And I don't want to have you running out of gasoline because you forgot to fill the tank because you were wondering why the senior class didn't line up on the front porch to kiss us goodbye.
All right, and if you're referring to the time we, or I rather, ran out of gasoline in our little rented English car in Devon, was it Devon?
Oh, yes. What a lovely day it was to run out of petrol. But then you always thought of the nicest things to do.
I still remember the red sandstone cliffs and the surf and the seagulls scolding us for the intrusion. Miss Cromwell.
Yes, Mr. Hall?
I am an American. My entire family were pioneer Americans. Mayflower, the revolution, if you'll pardon the reference. I am proud of my American heritage, but I regret to inform you that being unused to English automobiles with a smaller fuel capacity, we are out of gasoline.
Oh, well, I don't think Parliament will call a special meeting about it. Besides, when you think that part of the Spanish Armada was wrecked near here after storms and scurvy and hunger, why, running out of petrol seems a little trivial, doesn't it?
Yes, particularly as we pass a village not 2 miles back. Or is it kilometers? Or shillings?
Oh, well. Let's just call it a brisk walk. May I come with you?
May you? Oh, but I warn you, with you the walk will not be brisk. I shall prolong the journey to the point of dawdling.
Well, you've known me so briefly that you probably don't realize that I'm a girl guide.
You are?
With 3 merit badges for dawdling, sauntering, and meandering.
And I am an Eagle Scout who has just laid an egg as a motorist. Miss Crumble, will you do me the honor of accompanying me to yon hamlet, whatever it might be called?
Oh, I'd love to, Mr. Hall. And the name of the village is Appledore.
Thank you, girl guide. You know, I still feel slightly apprehensive about leaving a car parked on what is to me the wrong side of the road. Do Americans ever get accustomed to using the left side of the street?
Well, I think they rather enjoy it. Why, I've always heard that the American attitude toward oncoming traffic was, let's face it. Well, look, suppose we take a shortcut across this nice fat meadow.
All right. Ah, what lovely country this is. Every part of your England seems to have its own particular brand of beauty.
I imagine America does, too. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder, they say. Why are you staring at me?
Oh, I guess I'm just a beholder, with beauty in my eye. You are beautiful, you know. I never realized how rosy your cheeks were.
Well, you're looking at me through the rose-colored glasses of Devon. Why, everything around here is rosy. The cliffs, the apples, the deer, and even the sheep have a reddish tinge.
Yes, and look at the fuchsias outside that cottage.
Yes.
I don't know how science accounts for this rosy aspect, but I have a theory which explains it to my satisfaction.
Well, science is always so impersonal. I think I'm going to like your theory better. What is it?
Well, my theory, to account for the local faintness, is that your presence raises the blood pressure of the countryside to such an extent that the result is a breathtaking blush. Did you say the name of that village is Applecheek?
No. It's Appledore. And I must warn you, this part of the coast is to be taken very seriously. They say from Padstow Point to Lundy Light is a watery grave by day or night.
Yes, as witness the Spanish Armada.
Yes.
Miss Cromwell, Victoria.
Yes, William?
Do you think you would like America?
Why? But what an odd question. I'm sure I would, but why do you...
Oh, just keep it in mind and think it over. I may have another question. A more or less related question to ask you on the...
Telephone, darling.
No, not on the telephone. Darling? Did you call me darling? Miss Cromwell, are you...
William, honey, it's the telephone. Oh, the phone.
The telephone ring way out here. The telephone. Yes.
I'm sorry to bring you back from wherever you were, darling. You had such a blissful expression on your face.
Well, I was in Devon with you. And a happier combination never existed, at least until you married me.
Maybe it's a student.
Oh. Dr. Hall's residence? Yes. Who? Archie Scott, a sophomore, yes?
See what I tell you.
I see, Mr. Scott. No, I'm sorry. I'm making no further appointments. I'm leaving on my vacation, as I announced in chapel yesterday. You'd forgotten that. I see. Well, I'd suggest you see your faculty advisor. Yes. Goodbye.
Well, no good luck and Godspeed?
No. The young man wanted to consult me about a change of courses. He's heard me announce our departure, but it has slipped his mind. Mind. I use the word so loosely, it is in danger of falling out of the sentence.
Don't be bitter, dear. Now, here's your hat, here are the keys to the car, and goodbye, number 1 faculty row. Toddy, we're on our way. Now, wave goodbye to Wellman Hall. It won't wave back, but no Wellman has time for little frivolities.
I'm sorry, my darling. It was just the thought of departing without a friendly pat on the head from at least one student.
William, look. What's going on? The road's blocked off ahead.
Hey there, what's the matter? Something wrong?
It's him. It's Dr. Hall. Yes, Dr. Hall, there is something wrong.
What is it, Jimmy? What's wrong?
Well, the art department was making up a beautiful scroll for us to wish you a wonderful summer and thanks for everything, but some idiot spilled a bottle of ink over it. We talked him out of shooting himself. I don't know why. But all we could do then was stop you on your way and say goodbye.
Well, thank you. Thank you all very much.
You just kept Dr. Hall from shooting himself, too.
Well, I haven't got a speech ready, Dr. Hall and Mrs. Hall, but speaking for everybody in this academy of yours, I can say we wish you a wonderfully happy vacation, and if you've got room for it among your luggage, you're taking the affectionate regards of everybody with you. Take care of yourselves because we'll need you in September. May we sing you on your way, sir?
Oh, you may indeed. And thank you again.
Not too good now, or we may decide to stay.
Okay, everybody, the Ivy Alma Mater for a couple of friends.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far away. Through the hallowed heart where we live and learn to know that who is a sea who in
William, didn't Shakespeare have a word about this?
Oh, yes, my love. In The Tempest, remember? Our revels now are ended. These, our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherits, shall dissolve. And like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Good night.
Played by Lee Patrick, and Jimmy was Gil Stratton Jr. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Sandra Gould, Joe Kearns, Earl Ross, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, it's a week before Christmas, and all through Mel Blanc's little town, everyone is talking about Christmas presents. In the Williams house, we hear,
Sam Brown, I have a notion you're going to get that set of Shakespeare you've been thinking about.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
And in the Tucker showroom, we hear,
Henry Adams, something tells me you're going to get that automobile you want. Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
And in Brillig's department store, we hear,
Mel Blanc, I think you're going to receive a tool chest for your fix-it shop.
Thank you, Santa Claus.
So now we know Mel Blanc is in the department store. Let's follow him as he presses forward along the crowded aisles with his girlfriend, Betty.
Quit your shoving, mister. Watch where you're going, Bud. Hey, cut out the pushing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right, miss.
Oh, Mel, isn't it awful, this pushing and squeezing?
Yeah, terrible, ain't it? Gosh, Betty, we've been through half this department store, and I still don't know what you want. Can't you give me one little hint?
Well, there's a jewelry counter.
One little suggestion?
There's a fur department.
Still can't make up your mind, huh?
They have some gorgeous wristwatches here.
Give me a clue. Anything.
Gee, this store's as crowded as the 5 and 10.
The 5 and 10. Thanks for the idea, Betty.
Well, if a certain someone wanted to give his certain someone something, that certain someone should give her a bottle of French perfume. Does that certain someone get the idea? Mel? Mel, where are you going? He got it.
You bet he got it. He doesn't realize it yet, but he's trapped. And like every foolish lover, he runs to get his girl what she wants.
Well, I think I have enough money to get Betty some perfume. Here's a perfume counter now. Ooh, look at this bottle. Sinful Hour. A snare that lures unwary men to dizzy heights of ecstasy. Breathless moments of romantic passion. Unquenchable abandon in soft arms.
Can I do something for you?
Yes, kiss me. I'm looking for perfume for my girl.
Well, how much would you like to spend? We have perfume as high as $100.
What have you got as low as?
How about a bottle of this shocking?
Is it really shocking?
I'll say it is. It was banned in Boston.
That's not bad. What else do you have?
So he bought the perfume, and with a happy, unsuspecting smile on his innocent face, came back to his girl and...
Betty, guess what a certain someone got for a certain someone?
Well, I hope he got that certain someone one of those new calfskin bags.
Oh, but that certain someone mentioned perfume.
Oh, Mel, every Christmas I've gotten perfume. Can't that certain someone think of something else?
Oh, so long, Betty. Oh, did you say a calfskin bag?
Yes. Where are you going?
To see a man about a cow.
Well, here we go, folks. So now he's got to exchange the perfume for a bag. But meanwhile, at the exchange counter...
Miss Gibbs, I hope you don't mind our transferring you from the perfume counter to the exchange desk. But Miss Willoughby didn't... Just remember one thing.
Well...
Just remember one thing. The customer is always right. Just say no to everything. Goodbye.
Uh-oh, the same girl that sold me the perfume. Oh, she'll never want to make the exchange after all the trouble I gave her. I know what I'll do. I'll pull my hat over my eyes and pretend I'm a Frenchman. It's a good thing I'm such a good actor.
What can I do for you?
Hetty, mon petit.
The calf bar is 2 miles over.
Mon chéri, I came to exchange something. My girl does not like this perfume.
Wait a minute. Ain't you the same jerk that was around a little while ago?
Jerk? Oh, jerk. That is American for jerk.
Are you sure that you're French?
But certainement. I came from a famous French family of grape crushers.
Grape crushers?
Oui. My grandfather was the most famous grape crusher in France. He could crush more grapes than anyone.
Really?
Yes. Of course, Grandpapa wore shoes. But he had to stop.
Stop?
Oui. The King of France opened a bottle and choked on a pair of shoelaces.
All right, I'll go along with it once more. What was the name of the wine?
You've heard of Chateau Martin Vintage 29?
Yeah?
This was Jim Sneaker's $3.98. Well, now that I have made the joke, perhaps you make with the exchange?
I'll do anything as long as you make with the scram. Now, you want 1 slip for a pocketbook, so I better...
Well, he got the pocketbook all right. But you've all heard the expression, into each life some rain must fall. Well, here comes the rain.
Willie, it looks like you were right. First perfume and then a pocketbook.
Mel doesn't have the money to buy all that, Mr. Colby. I told you not to let him run around with your daughter, Betty.
I just can't believe he's a shoplifter.
I know just what you mean, Mr. Colby. He's got shifty eyes. He's been running around the department store. He has no money, but we've seen him with perfume, then a pocketbook. Yeah, it's hard to believe he's a crook.
But we know different, don't we? Anyway, here's one happy little chappie going back to his girlfriend again, and guess what?
A calfskin pocketbook. But a certain someone wanted lingerie.
We guessed it, didn't we? Well, Da-dum, 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 da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Back he goes to the exchange counter. A pocketbook for lingerie? Can he do it?
How can I fool this girl again? I'll have to try another disguise. Well, I'll put the scarf here and change this. Yeah, that'll do it.
Get in line, folks, and one at a time. Oh, gee, what a mob. Well, what can I do for you, mister?
Pardon me, Hoot Mom.
Yes?
I'm returning my wife's pocketbook. It has a mechanical defect.
A mechanical defect? Oh, let's see. Why, the pocketbook opens easily.
Aye, that's the mechanical defect.
Well, if you're so thrifty, why don't you just send your wife a Christmas card?
Oh, I've got a card now, a bonnet card that does for all the holidays.
One card for all the holidays? What's it like?
Well, it's a picture of St. Valentine in a Halloween costume with an Easter rabbit under his arm, hitting Santa Claus over the head with a firecracker and wishing him a happy Mother's Day.
You win. What do you want to exchange the pocketbook for?
Well, I'd like to get my wife some lingerie.
Why lingerie?
No pockets. She'll look fine in that long red flannel lingerie.
Well, he got away with it again. And now back to you-know-who. Say, I wonder if this is having any effect on him.
Oh, that Betty. If she tells me she doesn't want lingerie, I'll scream.
Oh, Mel, there you are. Say, while you were gone, I thought of a wonderful thing a certain someone could get me.
Lingerie?
No, a compact.
Well, so long, Betty. Oh, this is the third time now. Just like a woman can't make up her mind about what she wants.
Gosh, that's the third time Mel has wandered off and returned with a different package. Well, just like a man, can't make up his mind about what he wants.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A girl who has a breath of trouble is seldom asked to date up double. Yes, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. Don't let it happen to you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Managua, Nicaragua.
Down that South America way. 'Cause Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few pesos down. You give it to the lady you were trying to win. But her papa doesn't let you come in.
Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place.
Yeah.
You ask a senorita for a little embrace.
Yeah.
She answers you, caramba, scramba, barbarito.
In Managua, Nicaragua, that's no. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even Brooklyn. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Managua, Nicaragua, oh, it's really the top.
You buy a big sombrero in a neighborhood shop.
and then the girls will follow you like in a parade. That's because they want to walk in the shade. Managua, Nicaragua, what a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot.
So take a trip and on a ship go flying away.
Across the agua to Nicaragua. Managua, Nicaragua.
Folks, you may look any place in the country, and wherever you go, you'll find that any Jane Doe knows what she wants for Christmas, and any Mary Brown knows what she wants. But Mel Blanc's girlfriend, Betty, says...
I want perfume. No, I want a pocketbook. No, I want lingerie. Oh, no, I want a compact. No, I want earrings.
But if Betty doesn't know what she wants, Mel Blanc, who's been going crazy exchanging these gifts, knows what he wants, and he says...
I want to kill myself.
But, like I told you, it isn't that easy. Betty's father, Mr. Colby, and Willie Murdoch have spotted Mel, and after watching his strange behavior, they think he's shoplifting in the department store. Now let's pick up Mel, as for the fourth time he plods his weary way to the exchange counter to exchange the compact for earrings.
Gosh, how am I going to fool the exchange girl this time? I've disguised myself as a Frenchman and a Scotsman. Maybe I can be an Australian. No, I can't talk like a kangaroo. Besides, I haven't a pouch. Well, not much of one. I got it.
Well, what do you want to exchange?
Speaking to me, Governor. I came to exchange this here compact.
And what's wrong with it?
My lady friend doesn't like the lipstick. The case is right and she wants it grind.
What would you like to exchange it for?
Nylons. Earrings.
Haven't I seen you before?
Impossible, Governor.
Are you sure you're English?
Oh, my sure. My dear. My sure. I'm English through and through. Why, yesterday I cut myself and bled fog.
Well, give me the compact and I'll give you an exchange slip. Now you want earrings,
Why,
huh?
the guy's phenomenal. He did it again. Old hands, folks. We're going back to... Look out. The bad guys are here.
Hey, look, Mr. Colby. Look, there goes Mel with another package.
Oh, Willie, it looks like you're right. But who do you suppose he's giving all the other packages to?
Well, his assistant, Zuki, of course. He must be the accomplice.
Oh, that can't be. Why, there's Zuki right now walking over to Betty.
Oh, hello, Zuki. What are you doing here?
Hi, Betty. I came to buy a present. I came to get a gift. I'm just window shopping.
Oh, have you seen Mel?
Oh, he was over the... he's on his...
Oh, Mel.
He's here.
Now, where have you been?
Well, I'm not telling, but if a certain someone doesn't like earrings, which a certain someone exchanged for a compact, that certain someone is going to faint.
Well, frankly, that certain someone would rather have a bracelet than earrings.
Oh.
Hey, Betty, don't just stand there. Help me pick up that certain someone.
Now, any other man would be content to lie there, but this guy's a glutton for exchanges, so he picks himself up and back he goes.
Gosh, my fifth trip. Somewhere people are happy. People are smiling. I don't have to do this. I can go out on the street and take my chances with the rest of the pedestrians. There's Mr. Cushing, president of my lodge. Hello, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga. Well, have you decided on something you want to get for your wife?
Yes, Mel. But they won't sell it to me without a prescription. Well, what a Christmas this is going to be. Every woman in the world hangs up mistletoe. My wife hangs up poison ivy.
Well, what would you like to have hang in the house?
Ha! You know, Mel, last year was the best Christmas I ever had. I decorated the house, I lit up the Christmas tree, invited all my friends, and served a wonderful dinner. And my wife made the whole thing possible.
She did?
Yeah, she was out of town.
Mighty potentate, I have my troubles, too. This is the 5th time I'm exchanging a gift for my girlfriend, Betty.
Mel, no woman can make up her mind. But you know, sometimes that's a blessing. The only reason I'm still alive today is because my wife can't decide on a method.
Well, men are different. I never have any trouble making decisions.
Neither do I, Mel. But as I told you before, they just won't give it to me without a prescription. Well, so long, Mel.
Goodbye, mighty potentate. Ugga. Uh-oh, there's that tough girl at the exchange counter. I'll never be able to fool her again. Besides, what reason can I get for my girl not wanting earrings? Well, I'll take the beard off this dummy Santa Claus and try.
What can I do for you, Santa Claus?
Стратовая слатука прайс домой, правда, sneaks 2 sizes too small.
You've got to have a better reason than that to exchange earrings.
I have. Grojni ščento braja mikvas, toj slaveš pranja no ears.
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. That's Russian for no.
Well, what would you like to exchange this for?
Prostizhnish, grovni, kamanich, brokavanish, mertovek.
Well?
You didn't give me a chance to finish. Charm bracelet.
All right. Wait a minute. I noticed in my record book these earrings were exchanged from a compact.
Oh.
And an exchange was made before that.
Oh.
In fact, 5 exchanges were made.
Oh.
I won't be able to make an exchange unless I get an okay from the 5 people who made the exchanges.
You mean if I get the 5 people to give their okay, you'll exchange the earrings?
Yeah, if you can find them. I'm busy now. Next.
Oh, what am I going to do now? I got to be 5 people. I got it. Mel Blanc, this is the greatest test of your acting ability. You're going to be a one-man UNO. Now, where's the phone booth? Oh, there it is. Hello? Is this Brillig's department store? Well, give me your exchange department, please.
Hello, this is the fellow you just talked to. You want to speak to the people who made the exchanges? Well, I got all 5 of them with me here in the phone booth. And we better talk fast because 3 of us are turning blue already.
Hello? I'm Mel Blanc, the fellow who bought the perfume. Sinful Hour? Yeah, remember the label? Come with me to dizzy heights of exquisite ecstasy where lovers in the moonlight What? No, I'm busy tonight. Say, here's another fella.
Atsama for you. You better me come in the side of the phone and booth. Atsama!
What? There was no Italian?
Good man, you're absolutely right. No Italian. I say, Governor.
Bonsoir, ma petite.
Come out of there, young man. I'm the manager of this store.
Hey, what's the matter?
There's that shoplifter. Where are all those packages?
Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone.
Hey, just a minute. I can explain everything, Mr. Colby. You see, I bought Betty a Christmas present. She wanted to exchange it, so in order to do that, I pretended that
Gosh, Mel, I'm awfully sorry about what happened.
Oh, I didn't mind it, as long as it was for you. Gee, you're pretty today, Betty. I wish we could get married right away.
So do I, Mel.
Do you really mean that? Do you really, Betty? Oh, gosh, this is the happiest moment of my life. I'll always remember that you said it standing right here by Household Pest Control's DDT $1.98. Well, anyway, Betty, if a certain someone looks in her Christmas stocking, that certain someone is going to find pajamas.
Oh, gosh, Mel, that certain someone's been thinking. And if a certain someone really wants to please a certain someone, he'll get her...
Betty, don't say it.
Perfume.
Oh.
I say, may I help you, sir?
Yes. I'll have a gallon of this DDT.
Shall I wrap it up?
Don't bother. I'll drink it right here. This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
Well, I'm back again. This I'm just to say it isn't what he's been reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Mr. Albans!
I'm ready, Portland. Let's go.
It's Texaco time with George Jessel, Josephine Houston, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. Jimmy Wallington saying hello for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to enjoy Fred Allen in the Texaco Star Theater as a special guest of the Texaco dealer in your own neighborhood. It's his way of telling you that you're welcome. Welcome to all the skilled help he can give to keep that car of yours delivering your essential transportation. Make your tires last longer by letting your Texaco dealer give them a regular checkup on pressure and condition. And make your car last longer and run more economically by seeing that it gets regular, systematic lubrication and maintenance from your Texaco dealer. It's his job to help you care for your car, for your country. Folks, December is the month of cold weather. Don't forget to let your cat in on winter nights, or you will wind up like this program with a frozen puss. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, I must say from that introduction tonight, you are as sharp as either end of a boiled potato tonight. Frozen puss. Are you kidding?
Well, I'm from Hollywood, Fred. I can't stand cold weather.
Well, you guys from California, Jimmy, every time you're all alike. Every time Claude Rains gets east of Chicago, he turns to sleet. Claude Sleet, they call him around Indiana. A little cold and Veronica Lake starts looking like a rink when she gets here. I don't know what it is.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, you're just in time to participate here. How does your family react to cold weather?
Well, my Uncle Phil went to a football game last week.
Yeah?
It was so cold in the stadium, one team froze in a huddle.
Froze in a huddle, huh? No kidding.
The other team was using the iced tea formation.
The iced tea formation. Yes, they say that after this, all the cold spells will start from Washington. They've frozen prices and they've frozen wages. There's nothing left to freeze now but the people. So the weather from now on will all emanate from a certain point. And speaking of frost, did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight? Did you folks hear it?
Why, no, Fred.
What happened?
Well, very little, but I shall give it to you in the order in which it didn't occur. The program opened up with a commercial about grape nuts. You see, a program like that you can't take on an empty stomach. They give you a little grape nut commercial. And the first part of the show was a farewell to Phil Harris. You know, Phil and his whole band have joined the Merchant Marines.
I guess after working... thank you very much. Phil's commanding officer waiting for him to get here. But after working with Benny 6 years for peanuts, I guess navy beans look pretty good to Phil. And the second part of the program, Benny was packing up to come to New York. You know, he's taking all of his heavy clothes in case it's cold here. Why should Benny worry about the cold? He's the only man I know who can take off his hair and use it for a muffler. So And the program finished with a sketch. In the sketch, Benny caught 2 Japs this week. Remember last week he caught Rommel on the program? Well, next week when he gets here to New York, the next thing he catches will be something from the sponsor, but we won't know about that. That won't be on the air. Well, so much for the old Beverly Heel, and now let's turn to the news.
What's the newsreel for tonight, Mr. Allen?
Well, during the past week, Portland, the president and the mayor of New York have both given the country their recipes for stretching coffee. You've perhaps seen it in the paper, huh? Well, tonight the question is, who makes the better coffee? President Roosevelt or Mayor LaGuardia?
Whom are you going to ask?
Well, whenever I want to know how America is reacting to an important issue of the day, I just drop around to Allen's Alley, Portland. Allen's Alley, Portland.
Now what happened?
Well, I just knock on 3 or 4 doors down here and see how the people feel about this coffee question. I'll try this house here.
What is it, another one of them surveys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know the whole routine, mister.
Well,
My name is John Doe. I'm married. I have 1 wife and 2.6 kids.
Well,
I give all my scrap into the scrap drive. Half of the scrap is still laying over in Flushing. I hear the mayor is going to have a come and get your scrap back day.
But
I keep my lights dimmed, I'm conserving my rubber, and my favorite radio program is Major Boat.
In other words?
I am the average man.
I see.
Now, what is it you want to know, brother?
Well, last week, President Roosevelt and Mayor LaGuardia...
I know. They both give their recipes for coffee.
Well, what I want to know is...
I know. I tried them both.
Well, which coffee did you like better?
The president. But I won't admit it.
Why not?
I'm a Republican.
I'll see who's in this next house here.
No.
I'm taking a survey, madam. What is your name, please?
The name is Mrs. Pansy Nussbaum.
Did you read about the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee hens?
Both coffees I'm trying.
Well, which did you like better?
Both coffees you can keep it.
They are both bad?
The president's coffee is tasting like low tide at Coney Island.
And?
The mayor's coffee could be somebody's putting shellac in the Pepsi-Cola.
Well, what are you using for coffee at home?
I am mixing old coffee grounds with Lux.
Old coffee grounds. Well, how does the Lux work out?
The coffee has a head on it.
Yes?
And every night, I am dreaming of a white Christmas.
Drinking Lux in your coffee hasn't bothered you otherwise?
Only when I talk. The neighbors are calling me Bubbles Nussbaum.
Well, perhaps if you tried Sanka.
You're welcome.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Nussbaum. I'll try this tenement here. What is your name, sir?
Socrates Mulligan.
Socrates Mulligan. I'm conducting a coffee service.
I know. The walls are thin. I heard you talking to Mrs. Nussbaum.
Well, have you done anything about the coffee suggestions?
Well, like everybody else, I tried both methods.
Well, what luck did you have?
The president's coffee tasted like something you'd get if you milked a rubber reindeer.
Coffee?
Well, that tasted like licking the dew off a glue factory roof.
Well, what have you personally been drinking for Java, Socrates?
Well, I tried putting my vest in a percolator and boiling out the coffee stains.
How How was that?
Well, the coffee didn't taste bad, but it had a tweed flavor and there was buttons on it.
Well, why don't you try the president's method? The president uses the same grounds day after day.
So did the Brooklyn Dodgers, but what did it get them?
Well, don't you think the president should make coffee?
Oh, if a fellow's wife ain't home much, he's got to make coffee.
I see your point.
Yeah. If the president keeps making coffee, they ought to change the name of the capital.
Change the name of the capital? How do you mean, Socrates?
Oh, well, instead of the White House,
yes,
they ought to call it the Maxwell House.
One more house in Allen's Alley, Portland. It's a flop out. We'll see who's in here.
Greetings, friends. Stoop and enter. Welcome to Hokum Hacienda.
Falstaff Openshaw.
You have come to pick up my new batch of poems?
Are you still composing?
Constantly. Have you heard, said the chickadee to the little flea, I won't bite you if you don't bite me?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, she was only a pool player's sweetheart, but she knew he had something on the ball?
No, I haven't heard that.
They call my mother Mrs. 5x5 because she has no sex appeal.
Howie. Tonight we are trying to get reactions to the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee recipes.
Precisely why I opened my door. I have contrived a coffee song.
A coffee song? How does it go?
The Allen Alley Cats will sing it. Let us first, gentlemen. When you try to buy coffee today, you get that old feeling. The grocer has one thing to say, and it's that old feeling. The president and the mayor cook their own brew. If they can make their coffee, so can you. But when for mocha or java you get that old yearning, and your Silex is empty, then it's no use burning. If you want coffee to drink today, you're in a spot with that old feeling. You're holding the pot.
And the Allen Alley Cat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest, a young lady we haven't discovered. You've enjoyed her many times on the air, I know. I'd like to have you meet Miss Josephine Houston. And Miss Houston is going to sing Granada. Miss Josephine.
Cantar
you, Miss Houston. That was lovely. And now, Jimmy, if you'd like to say a word or two.
Oh, I don't know, Fred.
No?
All I feel like saying is...
Gosh, why? Why, Jimmy?
Oh, gee, Fred, when I think how many patriotic American car owners are saving gasoline and rubber, but still wasting their cars...
Wasting their cars? How do you mean, James?
Well, by neglect, Fred. You know, a lot of drivers forget that even when a car isn't used much, the tires get soft and batteries run low. Harmful sludge may form in the engine, especially in wintertime, and... Oh, what's the use of talking about it?
Well, don't be a defeatist, Jimmy. Buck up now and tell our listeners how to correct this situation.
Okay, I'll take a stab at it.
Good. Jimmy, you'll be the knife of the party. You're going to take a stab at it. I nearly missed the whole thing there.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, don't let neglect sabotage your essential transportation. Tomorrow, before winter weather puts an additional strain on your car, have your Texaco dealer get it in fighting trim. He'll put the right winter grade of insulated Haviland motor oil.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, don't let neglect sabotage your essential transportation. Tomorrow, before winter weather puts an additional strain on your car, have your Texaco dealer get it in fighting trim. He'll put the right winter grade of insulated Haviland motor oil in the engine, winter Texaco gear lubricants in transmission and differential, and protect the 40 vital points of the chassis with a Marfax job. Plus that, he'll give skilled Texaco attention to radiator, tires, battery, air cleaners, spark plugs, and every other point where neglect could put your car out of action. See your Texaco dealer tomorrow.
That was just a beam from the new Crosby Ho picture, Moonlight Becomes You, a number from the Crosby Ho picture, The Road to Morocco. It is partly played by Al Goodman and his orchestra.
Philip Morris.
I say, wait a minute. Who wants Philip Morris?
His draft board.
He's under 38, eh? I'm glad to hear that. Well, we should put a weather strip on this program. The strangest things. Yes, Portland. Something you want
When you get through with your strip tonight, may I have it?
For what, Portland?
I have to collect waste paper to make a big stomach for Mama.
A big stomach?
Mm-hmm. During the Christmas rush, Mama and I are working at Macy's.
And your mother has to have a big stomach?
Yes. Mama's a Santa Claus.
Oh, a Santa Claus. Well, she has the whiskers for it, I will say. Tell me, are you working in the store, too?
Yes. I'm in the ladies' hosiery department.
Oh, that's nice.
I stand by with a squirt gun.
A squirt gun in the hosiery department?
They're liquid stockings.
Oh, liquid stockings, I see.
If a woman gets a run, I squirt on another stocking.
Well, that's nice work, I imagine, but I have to get busy now, Portland. Look, I said, come in. Yes?
I'm from the telephone company.
Well, our bill is paid here, I think.
Yeah, well, it ain't that. Mr. George Jessel, the big Broadway star, is coming on this program tonight.
Well, so what?
Every time Jessel gets on the radio, he calls up his mother.
Well?
Tonight he ain't, brother. I'm taking out this phone.
Well, that's one relief. Jessel can't call his mother up on this program. That'll be a novelty.
Mr. Jessel is a big star on Broadway now, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Showtime. That show with Georgie Jessel and Jack Haley is one of the biggest hits. Oh, who is this? Come in.
Don't nobody move. Line up against the wall.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. What is this?
I'm Mr. Jessel's bodyguard.
With a body like Jessel's, he needs a guard? He needs a chiropractor, you should tell me.
Mr. Jessel carries a lot of dough and jewelry on him these days.
Oh-ho.
I don't want no monkey business when Mr. Jessel gets here.
Uh-huh.
I got x-ray eyes that can see right through you.
Yeah?
Yeah. You had pork chops for dinner.
Why is Mr. Jessel coming tonight?
Well, he called me up, Portland. He said he has to see me. It's very important.
Do you think Mr. Jessel's changed since he's rich?
Oh, no. Money means nothing to Jessel. Why, when he plays pinball, he doesn't even bother to tilt. He throws it around these days. Yes?
Is this Mr. Jessel's studio?
Well, who are you?
I am Mr. Jessel's valet. I say, where's the Davenport?
What Davenport?
Mr. Jessel has to relax at the microphone.
Well, he only has to stand up for 10 minutes.
Mr. Jessel can't possibly stand up for 10 minutes, old boy.
Why not?
With his solid gold underwear, Mr. Jessel's legs give way.
Wait a minute. What is that stuff you're squirting around in here?
This is moth spray.
Moth spray?
Yes, Mr. Jessel is wearing his mink windbreaker tonight. We can't take any chances. Heavens, the master's at the door.
Well, I'll open it.
Mr. Jessel's theme song, please. Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Georgie Jessel.
Oh, bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur. Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur. Fred Allen. Oh, mon cher ami, comment allez-vous ce soir?
Très bien, Georgie. Je désirais remercier vous pour revenir mon programme ce soir.
How are you, Fred?
Well, tonight the world previews the new Jessel, Georgie. It sure is strange to see you in the money.
Yeah, well, Fred, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, huh?
Today you are the toast of Broadway, and only last year you were just a crumb.
Yes, Fred, the Jessel of yesteryear, like Cassius, had a lean and a hungry look. This is Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2. Orson Welles just phoned me.
But look at you tonight, Georgie.
Ain't I nice? Look, I'm a regular Mo Brummel.
Look at that tuxedo.
Yes, sir, it's the first time in my life that a tuxedo fits me. This one I own.
Is that a silk shirt you have on, Georgie?
Well, of course it is. I have my own silkworms now.
Your own silkworms?
And look, smell my breath.
Sen. Gad, you are in the money.
Yeah. Want to see something? Look here. Look in the vest pocket. Here.
Cigars with gold tips.
Yeah, on this side 50-cent cigars, on this side 75-cent cigars.
Oh, you need two brands?
With the 50-cent cigars, I like the 75-cent cigars. You want to see something? Yeah, what do I get? Here, look at this ring.
Say, what's that hole in the center, Georgie?
Oh, the diamond got a little dirty. I threw it away. I don't know.
Georgie, I have never seen such affluence.
Well, Fred, I've stuck it rich, and I can make you rich, too, because I'm here to make you an offer.
Well, I'm doing all right in radio, Georgie. I'm making what used to be a living.
Radio. Chicken feed radio. Look at me. Today I own a limousine. From a push cart to an A cart in 6 months.
I know I haven't got my own silkworms, Georgie. I haven't got Sen on my breath, but I'm happy in radio.
Yeah, but radio's going to get you in a rut, Fred.
A rut?
Yes, every week in radio it's the same thing. With Bob Hope, Skinny Ennis always needs blood.
That's true.
This fella Ned Smelton, every week, I do this. And Cantor with his 4 daughters.
It's 5 daughters, Georgie.
Yeah, well, you can see when I stop listening to him.
My programs are different, Georgie.
No, they're different. I'm your friend, Fred, and I can tell you. Now, for instance, that fat actor, that Falstaff on your program, every week with those broken-down poems. Don't roll that stranger's dice, Mother. They're loaded, and so are you.
It's funny, isn't it, Georgie?
Funny. This is a way to talk about Mother. Mother is loaded. If I talk like that about my mother, she'd hit me over the head with my Uncle Milford. Radio has no sentiment, Fred.
No sentiment, Georgie. How can you say that? Haven't you ever heard the Goodwill Hour?
No.
Why, last week, case number 149 would have torn your heart out, George.
Well, I missed it. No, radio is not for you, Fred. You used to be a star in the theater. The Little Show, Three's a Crowd. Fred, you've just got to come back.
Come back where?
Give up the radio. I'll put you in my show. Showtime at the Broadhurst Theater. The biggest sensation on Broadway.
The show is a big hit, huh?
Big hit. Luckily, I happen to have the newspaper notices right here in my pocket. There you are.
The notices are a little dirty, aren't they, Georgie?
Well, I'm carrying them around since September.
Oh, man.
I'll have them dry, Key. Look at this. The Hoboken Herald. Jessel is a cyclone of laughs. The Jewelers Gazette. Jessel is a diamond in the rough. Look at here. The Stonemasons Journal. Jessel is dynamite. Here's the New York Times. Says, who reads the Times?
I saw a great review of Showtime in the Reader's Digest.
The Reader's Digest? So what did it say?
It said,
What? The critic only saw one act, I guess, 2 acts would have been
Well, if your show is so good, Georgie, why do you need me in it?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. They got one weak spot in the show, Fred. They send me some Hollywood comedian. If it's Hooley.
Oh, you mean Jack Haley?
Hey, that sounds like. This is it, yes, Haley.
Well, why, all the New York critics said that Jack Haley was terrific in the show. One paper, the Irish World, said that he was better than you.
One paper, and those jokes that Haley tells. Listen to this. Come on, laugh, folks. I'm an A1. That's one of the jokes. She used to be a sailor's sweetheart. Now she's an officer's mess. This you call comedy?
Well, I can't take Jack Haley's job. He's a nice guy, Georgie, and besides, he has muscle.
Now, look, muscles, you leave Haley to me, Fred. You and I'll be the stars of that show.
Well, are you changing anything else in the show?
Yes, I'm putting in a new opening act. Sam and his singing sturgeon.
Singing sturgeon?
Singing sturgeon. You see, the sturgeon sings underwater. When the bubbles come up and break, it's a song.
Good. Very good.
And I got something else. You wrote that, you know. I got something else, Fred.
You should have died with it, too.
I have the greatest novelty personality in the whole world signed up.
Greatest novelty who, Georgie?
A man welder.
A man welder? But you and I can't work together, Georgie. What can we do?
We can do something that the country has been waiting for, Fred. We can sing a sweet, sentimental song.
You think audiences want sentiment, Georgie?
I know they do, Fred. People are tired of the songs they're hearing today. I got a zoot suit with a felt belt. Beat me, Mama, with the Hudson tube.
We should sing an old song,
Yes, we'll take the public back to a gentler era, the day of the farthingale, the pen wiper, and the swirling cape.
But what song can we sing?
Well, how about when you're a long, long way from home?
You mean...
Well, we'll do it. We can sing the chorus together, and then I'll do a dramatic recitation. Then we'll both come back for one of those big finishes.
All right, I'll get everything set for you, Georgie. Mr. Goodman, may we borrow a violin player and a cellist to play for Mr. Jessel?
Yeah, but what about for the recitation, the soft music, the woodwind?
The woodwind? Well, I'll play my clarinet for you, Georgie. I'll take care of this personally for you tonight.
That's so. This is a clarinet?
Yes, Benny Goodman threw it out in the scrap drive, and I was going by, so I happened to pick it up.
Fine, well...
I'm ready, George.
Wish I was back with Haley. Well, all right, we'll do it.
Give Mr. Goodman the cue.
All right, Mr. Goodman, you're a long, long way from home, if you please. When you're a long, long way from home, it makes you feel like you're alone. It's hard to find a pal that's true, that you can tell your troubles to. And when you write a letter home, your mother's voice rings in your ears, and then you cross the T's with kisses. What a strange world this is. But Fred, then you dot the I's with tears. You miss the love you always known when you're a long, long way from home. Why did I wander? Oh, why did I stray? That is the question I ask every day. Further away with the clarinet, please. Milestones are milestones when you start to roam. Ah, but boys, wait till you're far from home. Softer with the clarinet.
The violin player pushed my arm, Georgie. A mistake. I'll take it up.
The union should break your leg. Go ahead. In the eyes of the world, you may seem very small, but in the eyes of your mother, you're as big as them all. You go out in the world with one thought on your mind. Where can I find a pal? And you've left one. Fred, can't you play the cello, for heaven's sake?
The fly got on the music, Georgie, but I played him.
Oh, you miss the love you always know. Speak, when you're a long, long way from
Thank you, George Jessel, for your help tonight. Our guests next week, ladies and gentlemen, will be Jack Haley and Christina Carroll. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealers regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.